respect the authority vested in us, for thou art the source of all authority, and may use in our directives for the common good and for thy honor and glory. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you all. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Commissioner Young.
Here.
Commissioner Plechnik.
Present.
Commissioner Hammercheck.
Here. Okay, let's see. This brings us to our first public comment portion of our meeting. Is there anyone in the audience wishing to address the board? Oh, yes, sir, Mr. Lima.
Morning, Commissioners. Dave Lima, 7774 Litchfield Drive in Mentor. I want to share with you a comment that recently appeared in the Plain Dealer. I share the views of Zaria Davis, Senior Associate at the Pretrial Justice Institute in Baltimore. It is relevant information and position relative to our recent discussions concerning the Ohio jail population. Ohio is on the verge of monumental change in its pretrial process. A broad array of supporters, including Ohio Chief Justice Maureen O'Connor, members of both parties in both chambers of the state legislature, have come together to say enough is enough. Under two companion bills, Senate Bill 182 and House Bill 315, Ohio would no longer incarcerate or free people based on how much money they have, and anyone who is not released immediately would receive a prompt hearing. Ending the broken monetary bond system is not a liberal or a conservative idea or a big city or small town problem. Fixing the pretrial process so that people are not jailed for being poor is something we all agree on. Pretrial liberty is part of our right to the presumption of innocence. When people are free before trial, they can participate in their legal defense and not endure the pressure to plead in order to obtain freedom. It is estimated that Ohioans would save $199 to $264 million per year by releasing more people promptly. The widespread spectrum of support for pretrial reform is promising because it gives us an opportunity to establish a new culture of justice. Incarcerating fewer people depends on as much on the law as the people who carry out the laws. For example, New Jersey, from 2015 and 2018, their pretrial jail population fell 43.9%, with no increase in pretrial arrest rates and a continued high court appearance rate. When people are arrested for problems that would be better solved through mental health or substance use care, we are asking the criminal legal system to handle a problem it was not built for and failing to pursue long-term solutions. If we want safe communities, we also need to work beyond the immediate issues of arrest and release and look to broader solutions that invest in community resources as identified by the community. That would be true for pretrial justice. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Much appreciated. Is there anyone else in the audience? Sir, Mr. Massey.
Brian Massey, 8196 Rainbow Drive in Concord. We have been reviewing the property tax collected, and we did receive the Schedule A from the auditor's office. I just wanted to make sure, I'm sure the commissioners are probably aware of these numbers. I want to make sure that the public is aware of the numbers. For the tax year 2020, collection year 2021, the total valuation of our property that is assessed, the property tax, is $6.4 billion. And As you know, there's two millages, one inside and the other outside. There's only two entities that are participating in the inside millage. The Metro Parks and the General Fund. Metro Parks gets $600,000 a year, $603,000. General Fund gets $6 million. The total collection of inside and outside millage is $91.5 million a year. However, the general fund, as a percentage of that total, is only getting 6.6%, $6 million. The biggest benefactor of the property taxes in Lake County is the Deepwood Center. They get $26.2 million, which is 28.7%. Lakeland Community College gets $19.6 million, 21%, and Metro Parks gets $7.1 million. Adams boards get 8.9 or 9.8%. I just mentioned this because there is some discussion about the jail and some inside millage. We're trying to come up with some suggestions for the commissioners to take a look at, but I just want everybody to know that we do know the numbers of what's being collected. So I just wanted to pass that along to you and to the citizens in the community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Just one other thing that I ask that you also consider is local government funds that come to us from the state of Ohio. 89% of those local government funds that flow to Lake County go directly out to the local communities. Lake County, 11 cents on every dollar is all that we keep. So I want to be real clear on that.
Thank you. And that's probably some research that we need to pursue, because my understanding of local government funds is that the percentage or the allocation of those funds was established many years ago, and it would be great if we could take a look at that allocation percentage, and does it seem to make sense in today's the way the population is spread today versus where it was before. So if one community is getting excessive amount, I'm just wondering, is it possible to change the allocation of local government funds? Is it feasible or is not politically possible?
Wow, you're really good at catch-22 questions. There is a formula, and it would be, in my opinion, impossible to make it work because there's veto power. You would have to have the largest city agree to it, and you'd have the percentages. It's something that we're locked into. That I'm.
So Mender's driving the bus, as they say.
Well, your words, not mine, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. We will pursue that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, Jason, or anybody else in the audience wishing to address the board? Jason, did you have any electronic submissions of comments?
We do not.
Jason Boyd, County Administrator, indicating none. Thank you, sir. Okay, we're moving on to resolutions, but I'd like to draw to the attention on the resolutions. Item number 10 is being withdrawn and will not be considered at this meeting. And with that being noted, Madam Clerk, if you'd please proceed with the resolutions.
In the Utilities Department, resolution approving plans, specifications, and estimates of cost in the amount of $191,753.90 for East Island Drive Water Main Improvements Project 450W.
Second.
And discussion. Randy, can we have a little background on this? I believe this is part of the routine maintenance, the long-range planning. But what's the little bit of the history on this?
Sure, yeah, this is actually part of our capital improvement plan for 2021. It was moved up because East Lake is participating in this project. They're doing the design, paying for the design of the project, and also some of the roadway. So it moved up, and it's going to help that area down there. They've got some low fire flows, so they wanted to, East Lake was interested in having that project done.
So it's just also, in addition to improving water quality, water flow, it's also a safety issue, and East Lake's being a good partner on this.
Absolutely, yep.
Commissioner Plechnik, I believe you have comments.
Mr. President, so if I'm not mistaken, East Island Drive, that's the little peninsula in the river with the New Chagrin Tavern and the small residential neighborhood.
Correct, yep.
So this is going to allow that small district to continue to thrive there.
Exactly.
It really has gotten a lot of attention. I don't know how many of you have seen the newspaper articles, but I believe even Geraldo Rivera visited on his yacht there. So it's really a beautiful little development, and I'm glad to see that we're maintaining it.
I have one general question.
Yes, please,
Randy,
Commissioner.
How much is there, can you give me a percentage as to how much of the monies of your group is spent on these projects that are long-term planning, let's say? You probably don't have that many emergency projects. But the bulk of it is the long-term, just keeping things running so we don't get some blip where we're suddenly various projects and out of money, I believe. But is there some kind of a percentage?
Oh, your microphone's not on, sir.
Okay. Some kind of a percentage that's allocated toward the long-term planning as opposed to just something in reserve for emergencies and special projects?
Yeah, I could talk for several hours on this actually, if you wanted me to. But
We can order lunch.
in general, yeah, we prefer to do preventative maintenance on all of our infrastructure. I think everybody prefers that. There are things that happen that are unforeseen, that are emergency repairs, that we have to react very quickly. But in general, these projects take about a year to design and plan, and then we generally build them the following year. As far as the percentage, in order to maintain our system with these pipes that last about 75 years, typically the useful life, we have to replace about 1.5% of that pipe every year just to keep up.
Wow.
To keep the system in working condition. That's not, you never get ahead by replacing 1.5%. 1.5% is we've got about 550 miles of pipe in our water system. So 1.5% comes out to about 8 miles or so of pipe that we have to replace every year. Right now, the going rate for replacing pipe is about $1 million a mile. So that puts us at about $8 million every year that we at some point will need to spend in order to maintain this system. Fortunately, our system is fairly young. Most of the pipe was put in post World War II, so we're at 60, 70 years, but we're approaching that 75-year useful life. So over the next half a dozen or so years, we're going to need to increase that rate of replacement to get up to that 7 or 8 miles of pipe every year. We do take advantage of grants and loans that are available through the state and other agencies to try to get towards that number, but we'll continue to make sure that we're approaching that number so we don't end up with a lot of emergency repairs.
Yeah. Never heard of a problem with Lake County. Just, you're really up on it. I appreciate it. Thank you.
And just to add to what Commissioner Young was referencing, as far as emergencies, there are contingency funds in place?
Correct, yeah, there are. We have, as part of our budget, as part of our carryover, we always have enough money to cover whatever any emergencies that we could have, significant catastrophes. We make sure that the monies are available to cover anything that might happen.
And the utilities debt load is, by comparison to other organizations, relatively low. You do have borrowing capability if some incredibly unforeseen incident were to occur.
We're in a good place financially right now, yes.
And something that also should be mentioned on, as far as emergency repairs, there are seasonal factors that play into this. Frozen ground, you might want to talk about how that causes pipes to break heavy traffic, direct energy being transferred to pipes.
Right, yeah, we have anywhere from 150 to 250 breaks every year, where there's just local breaks that we have a maintenance crew, 3 maintenance crews on the west end and 1 on the east end that go out and respond very quickly to those breaks. Typically, the water's shut off for a very short period of time, and we're able to make those breaks relatively quickly. But when we get multiple breaks in an area or we have low flows, then they end up on that replacement list and then get done accordingly.
And again, just to flesh this out, we do have the ability to self-perform many of these acts but we also have strategic partners with many local contractors.
We do, yeah. We do probably, I'd say 80 or 90, probably 90% of the breaks that we do ourselves, and when they get a little bit too big, then we have local contractors that help us out on an emergency basis.
And we have a number of emergency supplies in-house for inventory, because that's one of the challenges now we're seeing in the
Right.
industry, parts.
Right. Yeah, we do. We have a full warehouse where we keep repair parts, and we also have good relationships with the other departments. Where if we needed something from the city of Painesville, Cleveland, wherever, they'll help us out like we help them out if they need something.
And it's kind of a, if I could use the term mutual aid, since that's something we're all familiar with,
Right.
there are relationships there, although in some places you're competitors, it's a friendly competition for the good of the public. Is that a fair statement?
Absolutely. Yeah, we always want to keep everybody in water, regardless of who the supplier is.
There you go. Thank you. Anything further?
Very good. Thank
Mr.
you.
President,
You guys are
just-
a good team.
Indeed, they truly, no, they are. They're-
Just one follow-on.
Yes, sir.
In addition to contingency funds, what level of insurance coverage do you have for a calamity?
I can look that up for you. I don't know off the top of my head. I think it's part of the county program.
Thank you. I definitely appreciate an update on that.
Thank you. If there's nothing further, Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Commissioner Young,
Yes.
Commissioner Plechnik,
Yes.
Commissioner Hammercheck.
Yes, thank you.
Resolution authorizing execution of an engineering agreement with Stephen Hovansik and Associates Incorporated for the Vine Street Waterline Replacement Project 447W for the Lake County Department of Utilities.
Move to approve?
Second.
And discussion, Randy, do you want to give a little background on that as well, please?
Sure. These next three projects are part of our design plan for 2021 to be built in 2022. Each one of these projects ends up having probably 7 or 8 resolutions by the time the project's over, from moving money to fund the project, which we did last week, to these agreements, which will allow us to, which will authorize the consultants to do the design. And then we also have resolutions when we go to bid. We have resolutions when we go to enter into a contract. And so this is the very early stage of these 3 projects for our 2021 plan.
Very good. Any further discussion? None being heard. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Commissioner Young,
Yes.
Commissioner Plechnik,
Yes.
Commissioner Hammercheck.
Yes.
Resolution authorizing execution of an engineering agreement with EDG Incorporated for the Division Bank Atwater Waterline Replacement Project 446W for the Lake County Department of Utilities.
Move to approve.
Second?
Discussion? None being heard. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Commissioner Young,
Yes.
Commissioner Plechnik,
Yes.
Commissioner Hammercheck.
Yes.
Resolution authorizing execution of an engineering agreement with GPD Group Incorporated for the Lakeshore Boulevard Waterline Replacement Project 448W for the Lake County Department of Utilities.
Move to approve?
Second.
Discussion? None being heard. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Commissioner Young,
Yes.
Commissioner Plechnik,
Yes.
Commissioner Hammercheck.
Yes.
Resolution awarding a bid contract in the amount of $1,074,603 to United Earthworks for Cell C4 Expansion Phase 6 Part D Cell Preparation Project 421L.
Move to approve.
Second?
Discussion. Randy, this one's a kind of a high dollar one. Do you want to give us a little more information? I know we've been talking about this project.
Right. Yeah, this project essentially is Part D, so the 4th project out of our cell expansion out at the landfill. This one is starting to move some dirt, essentially, to build the walls for the cell. We've also had other phases of moving pipelines that are in the way of that, installing the road to get up to the top from the other side, and also some fence around the entire perimeter of the landfill. But this is a significant part of that. It's about a $3 million project overall to prepare the cell to have another about 25 to 30 years of capacity for Lake County solid waste.
And regarding background, everything needs to be done by EPA standards. Everything needs to be contained within that cell, the leachate, the liquids, the gas coming off of that, all those contingencies. If you want to give a little background on that as well, please.
Sure. Yeah, all those systems are in place, and the 25-year capacity for the landfill is not all built at one time. So that's why these are all coming in phases. And there is a gas system that is, because the landfill is continually growing. It's essentially a mountain that starts about 40 feet underground and ends up about 60 feet above ground. And all those systems that you mentioned have to be installed as that is being built. So there's constantly construction going on and expansion going on to accommodate that. There's leachate, the water that gets into the landfill and then eventually gets to the bottom, is pumped out and then treated. And then also the gas that is generated from the garbage as it decomposes then also has to be taken care of. So then those systems are continually being built as the trash is brought in.
And again, just I think it's something worth mentioning to complement the facility, its operation, the integrity. EPA has had no issues with our landfill. If you want to jump on that one, I know other landfills
Sure.
have had any number of problems. We are not one of them.
Yeah, we have a real good relationship with EPA and the local health district. The health district comes out once a month for an inspection. EPA a couple times a year. The EPA issued a permit to install for this entire system for this cell improvement that will last over the next several years. And like I said, we have a real good relationship. If something comes up, we always address it immediately. So.
And you raised my next point, the health district. That's something that's little known. Everybody knows the EPA. Most folks have no idea of all the responsibilities of Lake County General Health District, that this is one of their statutory mandated operational requirements, in addition to all of the other activities that they're currently engaged in. And you continue to have a good working relationship with the health district. Again, Lake County General Health District is totally separate from the Board of Lake County Commissioners or Lake County government. They're a totally separate political subdivision. I want to make that abundantly clear, because boy, do people get those two mixed up. Did I get all those commercials in there?
Sure. Very well, yes.
And the last point that I want to make on this is all taking place within budget. The way the landfill's been managed, run, the cost of the facility, everything is being accommodated. There's nothing on the horizon in the immediate future that says, hey, we need to raise tipping fees, disposal fees, whatever other activities. We're looking really good there. That's been a good partnership with the group that's doing the compacting and the spreading and all that.
It has been, yeah. We have a 5-year contract with our contractor who, like you said, moves the waste around on top of the landfill. That'll be renewed, I think, in about a year and a half, and or rebid essentially. And yeah, we're working very well with them, very cooperative, and we have to work closely with them as we're building this infrastructure. They're trying to do their job also, so it works out very well.
And that's the group responsible for what we hear when people talk about the average daily cover, all the other activities where you don't have garbage just laying out. That's all part of the odor control as far as insects, other animals might want to try to take advantage of that. I don't know if, as long as we're beating this horse and getting all these details out there, you want to just flesh that last little bit out?
Right, they're responsible for, as soon as the truck leaves the scale, then they're responsible to make sure that garbage is placed properly, compacted properly, and then making sure that it's covered every night, making sure that if it's windy, they're responsible to make sure garbage isn't flying around. If it is, they're chasing it down and keeping the area clean. So they're responsible for everything after it leaves the scale, and the working face. That's what they're responsible for. We maintain the rest of the property from that.
And just because we're a landfill adjacent to an industrial area, we're still being respectful of the neighborhoods that are growing up around there.
Certainly.
Okay, I can't think of anything else that we could add to that discussion, but have we missed anything, or are we good to go?
Well,
Questions?
Mr. President, I just want to say in particular, thanks to Director Roethlisberger, no relation to the Pittsburgh Steeler, he swears, for giving me a tour of the Lake County landfill earlier this year. It really was educational to see how the facility was managed to make sure that there is minimized environmental impact, and maximum use of the area so that this landfill really will be able to serve Lake County residents for the foreseeable future. We've noted that Part D, the fourth phase, will probably give us 25 to 30 years more of capacity. There are other blocks of land adjacent to and part of the superstructure of the landfill that will probably allow us, if I recall correctly, more along the lines of 80 years of use. So in all likelihood, the landfill will continue to be able to serve Lake County's needs until everyone in this room is dead.
Well, we could all become part of it someday, right?
So don't worry, 25 to 30 years is just the end of Part D. There'll be Part E, F, that will continue the useful life of the landfill. And the real advantage here is that we all pay for disposal services. And because of the fact that these companies, when disposing of Lake County refuse and garbage, are given a discounted rate, it effectively lowers your cost as a resident or a business, which is a real advantage that most counties don't have. And by having a well-run landfill that prioritizes these environmental concerns, we also minimize the impact on our metro parks, our residences. We don't have a horrible stench or a entreat into the local rivers and waterways. You probably see the picture hanging on the wall, Keep Lake County clean and green. The landfill tries to use some of its resources to emphasize the importance of recycling so that maybe instead of 80 years we get 90 or 100 out of the landfill. We don't want to throw away more than we have to, but to the extent that we are managing garbage and refuse, we want to do it as efficiently and safely as possible. And seconding President Hamercheck, we're really grateful for the professionalism that our staff shows in managing that. Because we don't have the Ohio EPA breathing down our neck and citing us. And there are many landfills in other municipalities and counties not so far from here that have had to shut down and have substantial reforms because they didn't play by the rules. So it's not a participation award that the landfill has continued to be approved of by the Ohio EPA. They have very stringent standards, and many landfills have failed to meet them, but we've always had a Department of Utilities that goes above and beyond. When we think of utilities, we think of our water and sewer. We often forget, because not every county has one, that there is a landfill, and it's something to see. So I know that with COVID, most of the county tours had to be canceled for the general public, but as we start to reopen, I hope that those of you with an interest, take a closer look at the landfill, get a sense of how we manage it, how we minimize the environmental impact. And when you see the areas that are already full and you see the green, how the care is taken to actually plant over so that we don't end up with a giant mountain of garbage circled by seagulls in the end. It becomes a green space as each phase is completed. So there is a long-term plan for the environmental health of the area, even as we're using it to help lower the cost for residents and businesses.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Commissioner Young, anything?
No.
Okay, just one. Poor Randy's going to say, oh, dear God, here we go. John did remind me of something that you had mentioned regarding the metro parks. Landfill being a good neighbor, also working with our metro parks, I want to call it more of a virgin area to the north, because of the responsible activity, the good neighbor, I'm going to call it good neighbor policy. The metro parks is in the process of putting together the single longest walking trail along Lake Erie. Did you want to talk about the relationship there? Because all of this, it may not seem like it's connected, but ladies and gentlemen, please understand, none of these things operate in a vacuum. You've got a well-run landfill. We've got a good working relationship with our metro parks, and I'm pretty sure nobody's going to want to go for a nice leisurely walk past, that's a technical term of art, by the way, as I look over at legal. You good with that, or do you want to add to any of that?
Sure. No, you're right. We have we own property around the landfill that is either for future expansion, like Commissioner Pletchik mentioned, or just for buffer. So we don't have houses and businesses encroaching right on top of us. And but we are able to use some of that land, or allow the metro parks to use some of that land for walking trails and that sort of thing. that will have less impact as far as the landfill goes. So yeah, we have, like you said, a very good relationship with them, and we'll continue to have that as we go in the future.
Excellent, thank you. If there's nothing further, Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Commissioner Young,
Yes.
Commissioner Plechnik,
Yes.
Commissioner Hammercheck.
Yes.
In the Commissioner's Office, resolution authorizing execution of a purchase agreement for real property located at 196 East Jackson Street in the city of Painesville, Ohio.
Move to approve?
Second.
And discussion, Jason Boyd, did you want to add a little there?
Good morning, Commissioners. Yeah, this is a resolution to acquire a piece of property adjacent, well, close to the existing Buildings and Grounds facility on Jackson Street. Prior to this board, as we looked at facility needs, potential public safety center down the road, we acquired 4 homes in 2016. This was a parcel that was not available at that point in time. It became available a couple weeks ago. Worked with a local realtor. Got the property below the asking price, and so we're here today to finalize the acquisition and close on the property tomorrow.
Let's see, just again, from public interest, the home is unoccupied. It's in okay shape, but it's not something that has any historical value. There's nothing that would be objectionable.
Yeah, it's a multifamily. It appears as a single-family home, but it's a duplex unit. As I said, I want to be clear that it was on the market for sale. We expressed an interest, and that's where we are today.
And even though this is if I could use the term, a hot market, you did actually get it below the asking.
A couple $1,000s below asking price, yes. Short term, we may look at, as everyone knows, there's appears to be some concerns about parking. I sometimes disagree in my urban planning background, but one of the short-term uses could be increased parking for our customers and mostly our employees over by 125 East Erie.
Very good. Commissioner Young, Commissioner Plechnik, anything you want to add?
Mr. President?
Sir.
First, I'd like to note that the local realtor is our very own Bonnie Boyd, and we're very grateful to her for her hard work in acquiring the property below asking price. That certainly helps our taxpayer-funded budget as we have people work hard to minimize cost. Although we always hesitate to turn more and more land into parking, regardless of our future needs, as Painesville continues to grow, and that is a good thing as we see our community here grow in Painesville. The need for parking downtown has only increased, and it's fair to project that need will continue to increase, and we need to make sure that we're providing convenient and accessible parking, not just for our employees who obviously need to have it, but for those who choose to visit commissioners' meetings or interacting with county government and downtown Painesville as we see all the events reopen. So I do think that while it's a humble purpose, having more accessible parking for employees and for visitors to downtown is really significant.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. Okay, if there's no further discussion, Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Commissioner Young,
Yes.
Commissioner Plechnik,
Yes.
Commissioner Hammercheck.
Yes.
Resolution authorizing execution of a contract with Carrier procured through Sourcewell on behalf of the Lake County Department of Buildings and Grounds for the replacement of the HVAC system for the Lake County Crime Laboratory in an amount not to exceed $361,000.
Move to approve.
Second.
And discussion. Jason, did you want to give a little bit of a...
Commissioner, yes.
Mr. Hackman.
Yes, sir. Resolutions 7, 8, and 9 are all for the Crime Lab. Crime Lab has the original HVAC system from when it was built. It is in need of replacement and was obtained through the governmental procurement Sourcewell.
And again, folks are going to ask, okay, so we've got number 7's at $361,000, number 8 is at $31,000, and number 9 is at $69,680. There are sections to the building. That's why we're replacing things in
Yes.
blocks. Just, again, a casual observer looking at that would be like, why did that get broken up?
Yes, but it all does tie into one main HVAC system.
Which is why they're all stacked.
Correct.
Okay. And there are, again, for the public interest, also being upgraded to current standards, filtration, all the necessary I don't want to say bells and whistles because that really minimizes the value. We're talking proper filtration because the vital service that that facility provides to law enforcement in Lake County.
That's correct, and it's also high efficiency.
High efficiency, very good. So the return on just the fuel savings alone will be a true offsetting cost as opposed to the legacy systems that are there now. And I believe there's also some additions to that building, which also is one of the reasons why this is 3 different systems as things were added.
Well, they're all, again, these are all
They all work together. I get it.
legal terminology, it's pieces and parts to go into one system.
Fair enough, because it's all one building. We're not going to tear one section down just because. Okay. All right. Any further background on that?
Mr. President, I
Sir.
can say, having toured the crime lab earlier this year, and I want to extend my thanks again to our county prosecutor Chuck Colson for taking the time to personally show me the facilities. I have a real appreciation for the need for this expenditure, not only because we need to have heating and cooling in a building with sensitive technology, but you have to be particularly careful when you're handling dangerous materials that can be translated into the air very quickly. There are rooms that are sealed off so that if various drugs or chemicals were to be exposed to the air, they don't ultimately affect the other employees. So when we're talking about an HVAC system in a crime lab, it's not just important for the comfort and the daily work of those who serve us. It's not just important to make sure that very expensive pieces of technology aren't damaged by extreme heat or cold. It's also necessary for safety purposes. So this is a really significant investment in one of our most important criminal justice facilities in Lake County. Very few facilities like this exist in the state, and if you want to know why our prosecutor's office is able to solve crimes faster in working with our sheriff, why we're able to get to the bottom of a scientifically difficult case, it's because we don't have to send a sample off and wait months or even years for a response at a state crime lab. We can do that in-house with the highest level experts and technology, and this is just an investment in that.
Well said. And just by way of background, our crime lab provides services to all law enforcement agencies in Lake County. I believe we also would have the ability to assist out of county if the need were to arise because of certain expertise. And something that I believe is worth stating, it hasn't been talked about in a while, actually our Lake County crime lab was the first crime lab to identify some of these designer drugs that were such a significant impact during the opioid crisis. Until a drug is identified as an illicit substance, as a prosecutor, you folks can't take action on it. Is that a...
That's correct. And the work that is done there not only helps the prosecutors prove their cases, it also helps, as I see Ms. Clapp, Lake County Public Defender in the audience here, helps prove innocence too, which is just as important.
And that's something that also, if you have anything you care to add to that, that is actually something that is very often understated, that in the discovery, in the disclosure, everything's laid on the table. Our crime lab, the information gathered there is very specific and it's unbiased. It has just, if I could use the old Joe Friday reference, just the facts. Anything you wanted to add to that?
I would just add.
Oh, if you don't mind the microphone. I'm so sorry, the audience can't hear. Terribly sorry. Vanessa Clapp, she is our Chief Public Defender.
Thank you. I would just add that one thing that Mr. Hackman referenced is certainly everybody deserves to have an effective defense. And what we have found with the crime lab and the experts and the professionals that work there is that it doesn't matter that we're coming as criminal defense attorneys, that we're from, as some people think, the other side. They are very open and communicative with us. We frequently reach out and go and meet with them, and they review with us the evidence and the procedures they went through to get there, because that's part of proving the state case, and part of our job is to challenge that if necessary. So they're just very open. It doesn't matter which side, so to speak, you're from. So they've been very helpful to us.
And while you're here, Commissioner Pletcher did mention what would lead into trace evidence, things that are so sensitive you would need. Again, this is an essential maintenance component for this facility, but trace evidence, that's also something our crime lab is noted for, which has also been valued to, I believe, the public defender as well as the prosecutor.
It certainly is. A lot of the stuff is so technical and scientific. We're lawyers, we're not scientists, so we don't understand a lot of it. always, but we have to if we're going to effectively represent our clients. So we will often bring our own experts in with us to go meet with the folks at the crime lab and to help us in our understanding of what they're talking about, particularly when they're going to be testifying in court. We need to be able to effectively cross-examine them and sometimes go to our clients and say, listen, this is pretty good evidence. We're not going to really be able to get around this DNA. Let's talk about resolving this case to your advantage in a different way. So they've been
You
very
raise a
helpful.
good point. Just a simple touch is more than just leaving a fingerprint. There is trace DNA left behind,
There
and that
is.
has exonerated many people, and it's also convinced people to say, okay, stop. Yeah,
Right, right.
accept the consequences of your actions. So it is balanced. Kind of
It
look
is.
over to Mr. Lyman there, like,
Thank
we
you.
got a good salute. Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate that. Anything further to add on that discussion?
So, Mr. President, two things. For people who aren't familiar with the crime lab, we talked about trace evidence where you're literally looking at, say, some paint that was left on a car-to-car accident, say a hit and run. We have DNA evidence, and frankly, we're talking about tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of machinery that allows you to identify whether this is in a 1 in 10 billion chance the same person. So we have the finest machines in the business for DNA evidence, but we also have fingerprint evidence. So we literally still do the old-fashioned fingerprinting and review, and we run that across state and federal databases, as well as ballistic evidence. If you go down the basement, we have our own firing range in the crime lab, so they can test and see whether or not this gun came from Ohio Ordnance or Smith & Wesson, and can even trace it back to the particular gun in most cases. For those of you who are history buffs, they actually maintain from the famous cases in Lake County most of the guns that were confiscated. There is the Lundgren sniper rifle, which I think is the largest gun down there. I asked for the most expensive, most valuable, and they handed me a small Belgian revolver that was apparently used in a robbery in Madison. If they'd simply sold the revolver, they probably would have gotten more money than the robbery, because it's apparently quite rare. But from ballistic evidence to fingerprints to DNA to trace evidence, the crime lab really is a comprehensive facility. The second thing that I wanted to say is related, but on a different topic. I really think it's important, as someone who in my other life, my day job, is a law professor, that we continue to invest in our justice system at every level, whether it's the prosecutors, the public defenders, the crime lab. And as I've toured different county buildings, I really do feel strongly that we need to look more closely at our probate court and their HVAC system as well. So I'm hopeful that we can have a conversation going forward. I know they're having issues where some days it's hot as an oven, other days it's cold as a freezer. It's one of our older buildings. It's a beautiful historic building. It's the old post office, for those of you at home who aren't familiar with downtown Painesville. So it's really a wonderful place for a courtroom and for a court. But we do want to make sure that we're treating those employees well. One way or the other, every one of us goes to probate court, whether it's for marriage, name change, or death. We can't avoid it. Every one of us will go there at least one time. And so I'm hopeful that the commissioners can review the HVAC system and their other needs in the near future.
For those that go there for death, the HVAC system could avoid a lot of the odor, that sort of thing.
Goodness gracious. But that actually, again, just to emphasize the importance of this, and wouldn't want the Monday morning quarterbacks to come in and say, hey, that $361,000 sounds like a great deal of money. Again, state term schedule. But given the sophistication of some of the equipment, they have at least 2 that I'm aware of, atomic absorption spectrometers. That's a mouthful. I have to slow way down to say that. Equipment that needs to be protected, temperature, humidity, dust, even pollen in the air can affect the equipment. Very, very delicate, very sensitive, but also having the provisions where we have a safe work environment. Because these folks are part of our public safety forces. They are in support of law enforcement. They are actually on crime scenes. And trace evidence, transfer evidence, incredibly delicate, sensitive, and easily tainted or destroyed if mishandled. So again, HVAC systems are an integral part to that building and its overall systems. Mr. Hackman, is there anything else you want to add? I'm hoping that we've got support here, but I also want to make sure that the record reflects that this has been well thought out and this is not just some gee, we're giving you something so you don't have to sweat.
Yes, it was well thought out. Again, we still have the original HVAC system in there. I don't know the exact age. I think it's approximately 30 years. As far as covering the details, I think they've
Sure.
been covered.
And again, end of service life, there is costs of maintaining old systems, and those costs can become burdensome, to say the very least, because they generally impact the general fund, but I'll just leave that one be. That was a plug from Mr. Matus, our budget director there. Okay, if there's no further discussion on this item, Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Commissioner Young,
Yes.
Commissioner Plechnik.
Yes.
Commissioner Hammercheck.
Yes.
Resolution authorizing execution of a contract with Carrier procured through Sourcewell on behalf of the Lake County Department of Buildings and Grounds for the replacement of the HVAC system for the Lake County Crime Laboratory in an amount not to exceed $31,000.
Move to approve?
Second.
And under discussion, I think it's worth mentioning that the previously stated discussion from item 7 is directly applicable to item 8, just to be abundantly clear.
Correct.
Thank you, sir. Okay, if there's no further discussion, Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Commissioner Young,
Yes.
Commissioner Plechnik.
Yes.
Commissioner Hammercheck.
Yes.
Resolution authorizing execution of a contract with Carrier procured through Sourcewell on behalf of the Lake County Department of Buildings and Grounds for the replacement of the HVAC system for the Lake County Crime Laboratory in an amount not to exceed $69,680.
Move to approve.
Second.
And under discussion, just for bookkeeping purposes, item 9, for the same reasons as item 8, refers directly back to the discussion that was associated with item 7.
Correct.
Okay, can't keep us straight without a scorecard, so we're good. Is there any further discussion? None being heard, Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Commissioner Young,
Yes.
Commissioner Plechnik.
Yes.
Commissioner Hammercheck.
Yes, and again, just a reminder, item 10 has been withdrawn.
In the Finance Department, resolution approving payment of bills as listed on the Commissioner's Approval Journal in the amount of $771,084.52.
Move to approve?
Second.
Discussion? None being heard. You got some?
Mr. President, I just wanted to say, as the newest commissioner, I continue to have greater and greater appreciation for our budget director, Mike Matus. I really appreciate the work that he's done. When we pass these approval journals and purchase orders, this represents an enormous amount of work from our budget office as well as our clerk and assistant clerk. So just a word of thanks. We do a quick vote, but there's an enormous amount of review that goes into it before it comes to the commissioner's table.
No, there is indeed. I can remember a time when Commissioner Young was questioning I think it was a $3.52 oil filter, if I remember correctly. Does that sound about right?
I don't recall that, but I trust you.
That was very early. Well, you've developed good trust, though, but that is, thank you, Commissioner Plechnik. That is worth saying that the staff does do an exhaustive effort to make sure that not only the information presented is true and accurate, there's an abundance of backup documentation that if we do have a question, even if it is just about an oil filter, that we've got those answers. So with that, if there's nothing further, Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Commissioner Young,
Yes.
Commissioner Plechnik.
Yes.
Commissioner Hammercheck.
Yes.
Resolution approving purchase orders as listed on the Commissioner's Purchase Order Approval Journal in the amount of $432,809.09.
Move to approve.
Second.
Discussion? None being heard. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Commissioner Young,
Yes.
Commissioner Plechnik.
Yes.
Commissioner Hammercheck.
Yes.
Resolution transferring an appropriation within a non-general fund account.
Move to approve?
Second.
Discussion? None being heard. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Commissioner Young,
Yes.
Commissioner Plechnik.
Yes.
Commissioner Hammercheck.
Yes.
Resolution establishing a fund to be known as Technology Grant Fund.
Move to approve.
Second.
And under discussion, Jason, did you want to give us a little bit of background on that one?
Yeah, Commissioners, this is a request of Director Matus in Finance. This is a kind of a housekeeping item from I believe, and I know Chief of Staff is here, for the clerk, along with Judge Lucci, in getting a state grant. So this is a kind of a receipt item to go ahead and process that successful grant application.
So it's kind of the bookkeeping side of things. We clearly need that, and Okay, fair enough. Don't need to add to it because I know Faith Andrews is not available today. She's a bit under the weather, shall we say, which is, yeah. Okay, if there's no further discussion.
Oh, but there is.
Oh, boy. Okay, yes, sir.
Mr. President, I just want to say that while our Clerk of Courts, Faith Andrews, can't join us, we'd be remiss if we didn't say that her work along with Judge Lucci really is a significant benefit to the county. As always, they're working to make sure that we're using the most cutting-edge technology, and in line with our county's philosophy, they work very hard to find external funding, which lowers the burden on taxpayers. I know that's a theme we've heard a lot from our friends in the public, from the reporters and the media. There is a heavy burden from property and other taxes. So when we have our Clerk of Courts, when Judge Lucci work together to get external funding to not only have the best technology, but pay for it outside of our local taxpayers' burden, it's really commendable. So we're grateful to Faith Andrews, we're grateful to Judge Lucci, and we also acknowledge the hard work of her staff, including her Chief of Staff, Colin Connors, who joined us today.
That well said, and yes, I have to say that Judge Lucci, along with the other judges, they are good stewards of the public funds, and I have to say, although Faith Andrews is our new Clerk of Courts, she is proving to be a tremendous partner and an asset and working extremely well with our courts, and this is emblematic of the fruits of that good partnership. I think that's reasonable. Commissioner Young, did you want to add anything? Or?
Well, one thing that really impressed me when I became a commissioner was just those folks develop relationships in the private sector. And in many cases, it's not really part of the demands on them to the revised code to reach out the way that they do to these companies that engage them and pay us for services. And we have all this revenue there that they're not really being evaluated based on. And yet they continue to work so hard to develop all these additional revenues for the county that can then be used on a multitude of services for economic development and additional services, etc. So it's really been impressive what they've been able to accomplish, the Clerk of Courts with Faith, and before that with Maureen. But it's very impressive.
The fund that Commissioner Young is referring to is the Certificate of Title, and as Commissioner Young accurately portrayed, Maureen Kelly, the former clerk, started a good working relationship, primarily with Carvana, where a percentage, there's the term poundage, which always sounds a little silly, but it's just a percentage of the transaction, and those dollars accumulate. And when they reach a certain point, the clerk has the authority to declare a surplus, and those dollars can be used through the general fund for the good of the community. We've had several examples of that. Faith Andrews has continued that practice and expanded it, I might add. In fact, we're going to have a little sneak preview here coming up, and I think under possibly new or old business. Little foreshadowing there, folks. But to Commissioner Young's point, this is not statutorily required. You hear so often, this is my job description, that's all I'm required to do. There are numerous examples of elected officials and the staff exceeding those statutory requirements and delivering value back to the people. Not so long ago, again, as long as we're on the subject of Clerk of Courts, Commissioner Young had worked with Maureen Kelly and our Visitors Bureau, and you had secured, I'll let you have the floor on this one. That was your baby.
Well, I didn't secure anything, Commissioner. I simply
you made the ask.
I made the request, and they were kind enough to help us out.
And that was $75,000 to help for advertising for our wineries. We had an event out at was it the Farm Park, if I remember correctly?
That's right.
And it was a very nice, elegant event. They were showing many of the wares of Lake County, and again, grants, certificate of title. All of these are examples of activities that are outside the scope of statutory requirements, and going out and exceeding expectations on a regular basis for the good of all. Anything you want to add to that one?
No, you've said it all. Thank you.
Bless you. Thank you. Commissioner Pletchik, any more?
Well, I would just add, I'm looking forward to sharing more about how the Clerk of Courts continues to contribute to economic development and safety. But just to the general point that we're actually bringing money into the county, this is a revenue positive department, that the Clerk of Courts is actually contributing to the bottom line of the county and in very significant ways. I know it was a small expenditure, but I was particularly touched by how our Clerk of Courts, Faith Andrews, contributed to scholarships at Auburn Career Center for our new dispatch program, which feeds directly into supporting our sheriff's office, our dispatch center, and safety in the county. And that was a really foresighted investment that doesn't just create jobs and help improve education, but also improve safety and supports our police and law enforcement. So I think you're seeing how our Justice Center is really pulling together between our prosecutors, public defenders, clerks, and judges to try to not only provide the highest level of service, but really to do so at as low a burden and cost to the average Lake County taxpayer as possible.
You nailed it, because again, although we're talking about a technology grant, opportunities between Judge Lucci, Clerk of Courts, Faith Andrews, that partnership, this is emblematic of many other activities that exceed, as Commissioner Young pointed out, what their statutory requirement is. For example, Captain Warner of Lake County Central Communications, he had worked, I'm going to say on his own time, working on the telecommunicator program with Auburn Career Center. Auburn Career Center is a tremendous asset. Faith Andrews has continued to see the value in that and continuing to grow what I'm going to call the farm team, but where you can actually, I'm going to say it, cherry pick the best of the best for our own in-house dispatching, because dispatching is incredibly expensive, but the term telecommunicator is more representative because it does show the next generation of dispatcher, where they're engaging in every manner of IT, wireless, you name it, it's there. It's not just picking up a phone and saying 911, what's your emergency? So this grant, although it's a placeholder on the books so we have some place to receipt those funds, it is emblematic of a greater picture and activities that are taking place. I'll look to our legal. Is there anything you wanted to add to this? Because that there's so many things that are so intertwined here.
Nothing to add.
Very good, sir. All right, if there's no further discussion on this, Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Commissioner Young,
Yes.
Commissioner Pletchnik,
Yes.
Commissioner Hammercheck.
Yes.
And special resolutions, resolution proclaiming World Elder Abuse Awareness Day in Lake County, Ohio.
Move to approve.
Second.
And discussion.
Mr. President, if I may say, I feel particularly strongly about drawing more attention to the ever-growing, the very serious issue of elder abuse in our community. We've heard it many times from our senior centers and from our healthcare facilities. Lake County does have an aging population, so we have more seniors that need to have care, but we also have more, unfortunately, people who continue to try to take advantage of those of us that are most vulnerable time. If we're lucky enough to live that long, we'll all be in a position someday where we rely on others for different things, whether it be your lawyer, your caretaker, public official, government servant, and you build a special relationship of trust and confidence. And the vast majority of people in that position serve their community, serve our seniors, and help to take care of us. But there are some people who do take advantage of that special relationship. And what makes elder abuse such a heinous crime is that the victims don't even realize they're victims. They don't even understand that the person who's abusing them is a bad person. They think that they're their savior, they're helping them. They take advantage of people when they're at their lowest, trust them the most, and might be their only outlet to the world. And it's so incumbent on us as public servants, whether we're a prosecutor, a commissioner, whether we're a judge, a clerk of courts, that we're aware of this issue and we do everything possible, not only to stop it, but to condemn it, to make sure that someone who might be thinking about how they can use their position of influence knows that it is wrong to have someone that you're caring for leave their entire estate to you, their house to you, that it is wrong to to take property or quote-unquote gifts from someone that you have an official caretaker relationship for. Now, something nominal like a Christmas card, that's one thing. But it is never right to take someone's home, to take the inheritance from their children and grandchildren. And in particular, we need to care about our isolated seniors, those who don't have children and grandchildren, who will notice if the home isn't left to them. As a law professor who teaches estates and trusts, I have to talk about this issue with my students each and every year, usually every semester. And as I see this issue grow in public notice, I'm not convinced that elder abuse is growing. I think that our awareness is growing. So while I'm saddened to see it in the papers, I think that we are making progress. We are making progress in warning our seniors about the danger of someone who says, hey, why don't you leave me something in your will? Or your children don't care about you. Why don't you give it to me instead? That's one way that we can push back, by condemning, by shaming this behavior, by making clear that it's wrong. Not every elder abuser will be caught, and not every elder abuser who's caught will go to jail. But if we can, as a society, create a real stigma against this practice, we can stop it before it starts. So I'm really proud of the Board of Commissioners for taking this stand. A lot of these resolutions are feel-good. There's nothing feel-good about this. This is hard to accept, that in our community, that government servants, that lawyers, that our colleagues could do such a thing. But read the newspaper. We know it happens. It happens here in Lake County, here in Northeast Ohio, and as a community, as a family, we need to come together and protect our seniors. So thank you.
Thank you. Suzanne, is there something you'd care to add to this?
Yes, thank you. Job and Family Services is mandated to investigate referrals involving individuals age 60 or over who may be victims of alleged abuse, neglect, or exploitation. So we are here today to bring this very difficult issue to the attention of the public. I've also asked one of our assistant administrators in the Child and Adult Protective Services Division, Allie Tomaselli, to be here today to talk a little bit more about this very important issue.
Ma'am?
Good morning. Well, it's very hard to follow up on that. That was amazing. So thank you for saying that. You're right. It is so prevalent in our community. Annually in Ohio, they were estimating that there's over 15,000 cases of abuse, neglect, or exploitation of seniors 60 and older. In Lake County alone, we investigate between 30 and 40 cases each month, brand new cases each month of this. And I don't think it's more prevalent, like you said. I do think it's just the awareness that's getting out there and the education that we're able to provide people to look for these signs and these red flags of abuse and neglect. But yes, June 15th is World Elder Abuse Awareness Day. So we call that WEAD just because it's really long. And but it was launched in 2006 just as a platform to draw attention to this issue of elder abuse and maltreatment, and to just provide a platform to educate our communities. We recognize this day in Lake County each year. So this year we are hosting a virtual training on exploitation and undue influence. We also partner with our community agencies. So this year we're partnering with ASA, and we will display the purple and white silhouettes at the Life Brand Cowboy Church in Paintsville. So these silhouettes, if you've seen them, they really do symbolize our aging population. There's, let's see, I think there's 9 white ones and there's 1 purple one, because statistics show that 1 in 10 elder Americans are subject to abuse and neglect. So that 1 purple silhouette is really that that symbol of that elder that is being maltreated. So the silhouettes, they do serve as a reminder that elder abuse does exist, and that it takes a community to recognize and report signs of maltreatment in order to keep our seniors safe. So thank you.
So while we have you, though,
Yes.
you talked about red flags,
Yes.
also referred to as indicators. I will say, are there for the benefit of all, are there mandated reporters, people who see something that they're required?
Yes,
to
so
report?
there are many reporters in Ohio to report elder maltreatment, and they range from attorneys, police officers are mandated reporters, pharmacists. The financial field kind of came on board within the last couple of years because of the financial exploitation. So accountants, even
These
people,
banking institutions.
credit institutions, anyone handling finances. And those are important because we see so many of those exploitation cases where, the bank tellers or the credit union employees are noticing large sums of money missing from accounts or money being sent overseas or purchase of gift cards, in high dollar amounts. So luckily they came on board as mandated reporters within the past couple of years to assist with that.
And some of those exploitations, financial, I know our sheriff has posted some warning indicators where you get that famous call from your grandchild's in jail or there's been a terrible
There's
accident.
unfortunately quite a few scams out there, including the grandparent scam or, we have a lot of sweetheart scams, of people reaching out to vulnerable, lonely seniors with the hopes of marrying them if they could just get over to the United States and they'll take care of them for the rest of their lives. So we have a lot of those scams too, which are unfortunate.
On a humorous but serious note, after my father's passing, I cautioned my mother. I said, "Mom, don't be surprised if somebody tries to cozy up to you." And she scoffed at that, and I said, "It's going to happen in the produce section at the grocery store." Sure enough, needless to say though, Mother after 50 years said, she took great offense to that. That's her Steve. That was my father, Steve. She responded very assertively. She's got some spunk. She's an old World War II girl. She's 94 now, God bless her. But that was, till death do us part in her universe means they both pass away.
Yeah.
So she's still counting the years. But that type of sweetheart deal, there's always somebody looking to take advantage and exploit.
Yeah, and we see it happen frequently, and not only that, but the senior themselves, they're embarrassed, so they don't want to even acknowledge that something happened. They don't want to look to press charges, but oftentimes those particular seniors are targeted again. In a year later, 6 months later. So, we do deal with that they're embarrassed, they're, shameful of what happened, particularly if they do have family members or, adult children, that they don't want their children to know that happened.
And on that note, one of the things which we see very commonly, particularly at this time of year, people with home improvement scams, cleaning the gutters, doing the roof, doing things in places where that senior can't get to inspect the type of work.
Yeah.
Those are, if you want to add to that.
Yeah, they'll collect, the contractors will collect, a deposit for work to be performed and then never return to perform that work. And so that senior is out several $1,000s for work that hasn't been done.
And then the psychological component, the shaming, where a trusted friend or a family member takes advantage of them, but then shames them not into taking action.
Well, we see a lot of that too, and we I guess I don't want to say affectionately refer to that as enabling, but a lot of times it's not this stranger that's a perpetrator, but it's a grandchild or it's an adult child that makes them, rather threatens them or intimidates them into giving them money or assets or if they won't take care of this senior as they age, if they don't kind of provide this what this perpetrator is looking for.
And as we've observed in the opioid crisis in particular, people stealing medications, but then stealing properties that may go unnoticed for some time in order to basically pay for their addiction.
Yeah, so stealing property or, that jar of change that senior has collected over the years or, money that they have put away for retirement or for their care in the future. We see that those funds being depleted.
Indeed. Commissioner Young? Commissioner Fletcher?
I just have one quick question. What type, can you give us an example or two, or you just did, but of very damaging type of elderly abuse that you see around here in Lake County? More so maybe perhaps than in other counties, or something that's happening here that people could be on the lookout for You've already named a few things, so.
Yeah, I mean, in addition to exploitation, we see neglect cases where it is a caretaker responsible for care of that senior. So maybe they're locking them in the house or locking them in a room or even confining them to a specific bed or a chair so that they're not wandering or they're not, getting up, that they would require additional supervision. And a lot of times it's a family member that's doing that. Whether it be that they don't want to reach out for services or for help or support, or, unfortunately, sometimes those family members are interested in those inheritance funds, so they don't want to spend that money on care for that senior. So we see neglect cases like that. We see abuse cases where, again, it's a family member maybe becoming too rough because they're overwhelmed or they're frustrated with the senior's care, that they're leaving injuries, or sometimes even in care facilities. We don't investigate nursing homes or assisted living facilities, but we do look into concerns with group homes. So a lot of times it could be a caretaker that's just frustrated or just not careful with a senior, that they're being injured and ending up in the hospital. And
Okay. Thank you.
sure.
Mr. President?
Sir.
Two things. Red flags that I'd be particularly concerned with on the financial end is anytime a caretaker, a senior worker mentions helping you to balance your checkbook, helping you to write your will. The reality of it is hiring an attorney, hiring a financial advisor costs money. Nobody does it for free. If someone is offering to help you, more often than not, there is an underlying motivation there. So I'd say that's a big red flag when someone offers free help. I think love bombing as well. You see folks offer cookies or muffins and regular visits. They try to fill the void when someone is lonely. It's not necessarily a romantic attempt. Sometimes it's just being there. So it can be difficult sometimes to distinguish between a caring neighbor and a potential predator. But when the person offers free help with respect to finances or wants to have unmitigated access to the home, those are, in my view, really big warning signs. You also mentioned undue influence. Sometimes, sadly, we don't get to address elder abuse until the senior has passed away, because you don't realize that the estate plan, either the trust or the will, has been modified. And so you wake up one day and there's a stranger in your mother's house, and you don't understand how the deed has transferred. You don't understand why you weren't notified about it, and you realize that these documents were all changed, powers of attorney without your notice. That's when undue influence comes in. And while the burden of proof is initially on the will or the trust contestant to say that undue influence has occurred, that burden shifts if you can show a confidential relationship, any relationship of special trust or confidence. It's harder to do with a relative, although it's not impossible. But if you see something like lawyer-client, if you see something like caretaker-patient, those are usually found to be confidential relationships by the courts, and it's relatively easy to shift that burden and have a presumption of undue influence in those cases. So it's important to know that there is a remedy and that you don't have to just sit back and let the abuser walk away with your parent's estate. It may be too late, sadly, to help your parent, but you can at least do justice after the fact. And I just think it's important to note that if they do it once, they'll probably do it again and again and again. So it's not just about the money, drawing attention to it and stopping them. You certainly should stop the abuser from being rewarded, but it won't just be your mother, father, grandparent. In all likelihood, they'll move on to the next victim. They are predators, and so it's really important. If you see something, say something, stand up for your family, not because of the estate, but because the next family needs to be protected.
Yeah, you're right. We do see the same thing. If they get shut down by one senior, for instance, like your mom, they're on to the next senior, and they'll keep going. And even, like I said, repeatedly go back to that same senior. If they're successful in getting funds or what they're asking for, they'll go back. They'll develop that relationship and keep going back to that person until they have nothing, until they have nothing.
So a little bit of background, though. In 2020, there were 15,000 reports in the state of Ohio. Lake County is not immune to that. There were 375 of these cases investigated here in Lake County.
Yes.
That's an indicator.
Yeah.
And that's there's an old saying in law enforcement, see something, say something. That applies directly here.
Yeah, and I think we do a really good job at our agency at just getting the word out about wherever we can. We'll meet with police officers, we'll meet with bank tellers, we'll meet with whomever we need to just to provide that education about what's going on and what they can report to us. There's a stigma associated with any type of abuse, and even if we have a booth at the fair, if we have a booth at a senior day, the seniors themselves see us and they kind of shy away from us. So there's that stigma. So we try to reduce that. We try to, be friendly faces and, make it not so difficult to talk about.
And how is that training coming along? Because that actually is of interest. So if a police department, if a senior center, if a professional organization wanted to do some training, how would they reach out?
They reach right out to us, and usually it's myself and our APS supervisor that go out, and we talk about mandated reporting. We talk about symptoms and signs and red flags of abuse and neglect, and what they can do. We also talk about what we can't do. There's certain things that we can't do based on the law, and adults are allowed to make bad decisions. I think that's important to talk about, because they're allowed to make bad decisions. It's when they don't understand the consequences of those decisions, or when their decisions are impacting their safety and the safety of those around them, then that's a concern too. So we like to talk about our limitations as well.
And I know with COVID, obviously your activities were constrained.
Yeah.
Now that we're starting to come out of that, is this something that you actively go out to talk to organizations about, or do you always
Absolutely.
wait for the call?
Yeah, no, we routinely send letters.
Okay.
We'll send letters to the police chiefs, to the fire chiefs, EMS. Our mandated reporters will send letters out like, hey, we'll come out. We bother people to let us come out and talk to you,
And what kind of success rate do you have as far as getting out there? At least historically. I know 2020, we really can't look at that data.
I think historically we are pretty successful. We've sent letters to, I want to say, every single pharmacy, every single bank, credit union, because the mandated reporter law changed, I want to say, in 2019 to include a couple of those professions. So we were ahead of the game and sent our information out prior to that, offering we're happy to come out and talk to you, or if you have any questions, call us directly. If you're not sure about something, we're here for you, kind of a thing. So we have really good success in that, I think.
Excellent. Thank you. Is there anything further? And thank you, ma'am. And then to Suzanne, this was one of the things during our interview process, our new director. This was a subject that you had made quite an impression on us about, and that was one of the deciding factors. I don't know if you wanted to expand upon any of this.
Thank you. I would just reiterate what Allie said, that this is a topic that we take very seriously at Job and Family Services. Ensuring the safety of our elderly citizens in this community is very important. If anyone has concerns that they themselves may be being abused, neglected, or exploited, or they know someone who is being abused, neglected, or exploited, should call the Lake County Department of Job and Family Services at our hotline number, 350-4000. Press number 1. It's staffed 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. On this topic, we have a dedicated unit of social workers who are trained in working with elderly individuals and trained on spotting some of those red flags so that we could assist to the best of our ability in ensuring the safety of this very vulnerable population.
And if we could just talk about that hotline phone number. Many times somebody knows someone, or they have a caseworker that they're working with, they'll send an email, they'll leave a voicemail. That's not something that's going to necessarily be responded to instantly. That 24-hour hotline, that's the number to call.
Yes, an actual person picks up that phone line, so I would recommend calling the hotline directly.
Because, again, we can't expect people to be checking their emails on the weekends, over holidays, in the middle of the night.
Correct.
That's where sometimes things break down, because somebody thinks they know somebody, or they know a caseworker, or they have a caseworker. Still call that number. That's very important. And that's also available through, if somebody were to call 211, they'd be able to get that number.
Correct.
If somebody were to go online to your website, they'd be able to get that number.
Correct.
Okay, so they don't need to be memorizing it right this second, but in the interest of getting that out there, there are means of getting that contact number.
Yes.
Excellent, thank you. Anything further?
Mr. President,
Sir?
just to repeat, that number would be 440-350-4000. And you say that's 24-hour?
24 hours, 7 days a week, and they would press option number 1.
Very good. Ooh, very challenging subject, but one that needs to be addressed and considered. So thank you,
Thank you.
for all your diligence and your hard work. All right, and with that, if there's no further discussion, Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Young,
Yes.
Commissioner Plechnik.
Yes.
Commissioner Hammercheck.
Yes. And if we could we get a photo handing you over your, because I'm sure this is going to wind up on somebody's wall, right? Thank you. Yeah?
Yeah.
We all have to get photos. Very diligent about that.
Take one more. Okay, I'd like one more. Because somebody closes their eyes. You're good.
What's that? Oh, yeah, that's fine.
Let's do that.
Yeah. Let's see. I'm lost without my reading glasses, so for that I apologize. Thank you. Okay, do you need to just take a quick moment before we go to utilities and reports?
Yeah, I need to run the.
Yeah, we're just going to take a brief.
Finish the commissioners meeting.
Sure. Okay, you're good. All right, moving on to departmental reports. Do we utilities?
Nothing further today, Commissioner, thank you.
Very good, thank you. And job and family services.
Same, nothing further
Very
today.
good, thank you. County Administrator Jason Boyd.
I've got like 25 minutes worth of stuff here. So. No, just
You
briefly.
trimmed it down from this morning, I see, huh?
Just briefly continuing, well, first thing, a bit of, well, it's really good news. I think Commissioner Hammercheck was on our weekly mayors and managers call this past Tuesday at 9 a.m., which have been going on for the better part of 14 months, probably 15 months, every Tuesday, 9 a.m., with most mayors, managers, commissioners, Metro Parks, fire officials, you name it. Cautiously optimistic, Commissioner Hammercheck, I'm sure will chime in, but we called off the dogs this week for that standing meeting. So it's you know, that was a win in my book. But as Commissioner Hammercheck interjected on the call, is that we stand willing, able, and ready if we do need to re-engage should anything else happen down the road here with COVID-19 or any other issue that's countywide in nature. So I want to give my sincere thanks. I know we've done it a lot of attaboys the past few months as we hopefully exit this once in a lifetime issue. But to the mayors and managers, I believe is President Mayor Morley of Willoughby, or excuse me, of East Lake.
Buff Yellow's going to be
of East Lake, the county commissioners for all your time and energy on those calls, allowing me to participate, Joe Busher and his team, and without any disrespect to the health district and their team. So another small step as we continue to move forward in Lake County. And just on that topic, just let our citizens know that at the health district on Heisley Road today, and then June 14th, 15th, and 16th, they'll have open vaccine clinics where you can go in and get your shot. Also today at Fairport Harbor Library from 10 a.m. to 3. We're at the fewest cases we've seen in well over a year. And as the governor had reported, I believe Tuesday, we've hit that that incident rate of 50 per 100,000. So all things look really good. So that concludes my report.
And just to expand a little bit, in the beginning, we had some challenges with communications. We worked very closely with Ron Graham, Joe Busher. Very quickly, Mayor Morley came on board and took up the torch of I will communicate. I'm kind of paraphrasing. I will work with the mayors, managers, township trustees, keeping the elected officials. So he took up that. Judy Moran was amazing at keeping the communications flowing out to the electeds. It helped us to be able to focus on, I was actually plowing the road so that the experts could do their jobs. It was a true team effort, and I have to say that was probably one of the reasons why Lake County continues to be at the top of the response rates. A couple times since we got our testing up and running as fast as we did, we actually got dinged for that. It's like, well, yeah, the more testing you do, the more you're going to find, but that kind of counted against us very early on when we went to purple, and we were all scratching our heads based on what metric, but that's government. But one thing, just to reassure everyone, although we are standing down on our weekly meetings, the mechanism and all of the infrastructure that was put in place for that continues. Our automatic alerting system that EMA manages is fully operational and tested out. Did you want to comment on that a bit?
I would encourage residents to still, if they have not, you can register on our Reverse 911 Avesta system for not only COVID-related news, but there's a whole checkbox of if you want to be notified of tornadoes or floods, that's a project that the commissioners invested in, I think, right before COVID. We had the foresight to do that, so thank you for that. And to note, Commissioner, we will continue a COVID discussion point at our monthly mayors and managers meeting. So instead of weekly on the call, I believe Mayor Morley, Commissioner Hammercheck, and Health Commissioner Graham indicated that that will be a standing line item on the mayors and managers monthly in-person meetings where the Health Commissioner and EMA Director will be invited as guests as well.
And if people still have questions, the Health District is maintaining their website. They're also available for call-ins. On the governmental side, we continue to be there to support local government and continue to interface with state and federal agencies as needed. And we're still doing the accounting side of things. Did you want to comment on that?
We're still working through the reimbursement process with FEMA. I just received a call at 9:55 today. The guardrails continue to move with that. So as you guys know, the county EMA is taking the lead on working with eligible expenses from local communities. That's the guardrail that moved this morning on what's eligible, what's not. So we're working through that. Obviously, we spoke about using some of our ARP funds to assist on some of those first responder county costs. So we'll continue to work through that. But we are taking the lead on that.
And we still continue to be, I believe, second in the state.
Yeah, we're right in between battling Delaware County, my hometown, for 1 and 2 each week. So.
And that again, that's a testament to the quality of the caregivers here in the county. And as we mentioned earlier, the Health District has a number of responsibilities that they statutorily are responsible for. We are in the process of due consideration for financial support. Did you want to comment on any of that? Or?
No, obviously, I don't say anything, but the vast majority of practices related to the COVID pandemic, pre, post, current, would be eligible for the ARP funds. Obviously, the commissioners, we've kind of been discussing globally what eligible projects may or may not be. Final guidance comes out next month, but I'm fairly comfortable that those sorts of costs, vaccine-related pod costs, nursing costs, would be an eligible expense under the current ARP guidance. Yeah.
Very good. Commissioner Young, Commissioner Pleshnik, anything else for the administrator?
I just want to say that real quickly that your work with the mayors and managers was something that should be recognized. I mean, I think you were the catalyst for that.
Thank you, sir.
And you kept that sucker running for the last year and a half, whatever, the last year or so.
I have to say Mayor Morley and Judy Moran have been tremendous partners on doing that, though.
Okay.
I'd be remiss if I didn't say that.
All right. Well, it was instrumental in keeping people informed.
Oh, yes.
I think the fact Lake County's #2 on the list of successes, at least according to several metrics.
Thank you, sir.
So,
very kind of you. Thank
great
you, sir.
work. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Plechnik.
Mr. President, I just want to echo my colleagues in saying that Mayor Dennis Morley and mayors and managers have really been incredible partners. We're so grateful to Mayor Morley, and Commissioner Young's right. You were the link between the county and the municipalities at a critical time, because no one government agency had the ability to really respond to the mandates coming down from DC and Columbus. It took all of us pulling together, and you and Mayor Morley were really at the nexus of that.
Thank you, sir. Jason, anything further?
Yeah, just, I hope, the recorder is still here, just to, the news she's been waiting to hear.
Drum roll, please.
We are going to be opening the rear sliding double doors outside of the county auditor's office tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. The commissioners, appropriately so, have taken a measured approach to the reopening. Obviously we started months ago with an appointment by appointments only, then we let folks in via the main front door. But great conversations, and thank you to the county recorder, county auditor, county treasurer, Veterans Association, the need to have the double doors open behind the auditor's office will go into effect tomorrow at 8 a.m. I spoke to Captain Walters, who's in charge of court services, and he's comfortable with, we're going to have cameras installed. They're actually probably going to be done by tomorrow. Those will be fed down to our main post here in the administration center. So that will help our customers who visit those offices, recorder, auditor, treasurer, veteran services, and so on. So thank you to the commissioners for taking that under consideration, and we'll just keep on opening up Lake County.
And just a little brief clarity to that, in addition to our, again, measured approach to reopening. Again, safety, security, those have always been in the forefront. These enhancements, without getting specific, they are, in our opinion, necessary. They're always part of the larger plan. As this new building came online, we were going to be enhancing the existing buildings.
Correct. Yep. So the amount of cameras, access control that we have now versus 3 years ago is light years ahead of where we ever were. So, yeah. So we're looking forward to folks being able to come in 2 ingress and egress points at the county's main campus. The other exterior doors will be locked. Employees with their access control can access those facilities, but the 2 main public points of access are the new building off Park Place and the double sliding doors in the rear of the building adjacent to the county auditor's office. And there is an elevator right adjacent to that, so folks can get either to the basement or to the Veteran Services Commission on the 2nd floor.
Very good, and I think it's
Thank you.
fair to also say that Sheriff Liam Bruno and his team have been a great partner in this. And, and nice.
Yes, absolutely, 100%.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's see, Madam Clerk.
Yes, I did wanted to mention that we have got a couple of open positions on the Mentor on the Lake Tax Incentive Review Council. If anyone is interested, they can reach out to me, Jennifer Bell, at jennifer.bell@lakecounty.ohio.gov, and they do not need to be residents of Mentor on the Lake to be on the Tax Incentive Review Council. And I also wanted to mention there's also a couple of board appointments expiring on the Adams Board at the end of June. And if anyone's interested, they can also submit their resumes and letters of interest to me. Thank you.
Very good. I always found that odd that you could be on the Tax Review Council for a community and not even live in that community.
Ohio Revised Code.
I think that's the legislature doing it.
Freedom.
Freedom,
Open
yeah.
it up. Don't discriminate.
Don't discriminate. Oh, golly. All right.
Mr. President?
Oh, sir.
Just by way of clarification to our clerk, Madam Bell, when you say a couple of openings, could you clarify how many are available on the Adams Board coming up?
There are 2.
2. Okay, couple, literally. And I will say the commissioners really do value when people who are interested apply. I know we've had some issues in the past where folks were hopeful that the commission would intuit they were interested. It really is important that we have a full resume submission so that we can review everyone and make a reasoned decision.
Very good. All right, so moving on to legal. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
No reports, Commissioner.
Thank you, sir. Okay, this brings us to our old business portion of our meeting. Do we have any old business? No? New business, do we have any new business?
Mr. President?
Sir.
Just following off my previous point, I really think it's critical that we maintain our county resources, and I think it's very important that we have a review of our probate court building focused on the HVAC, and I'd like to make sure that we have on our agenda in the near future a real thorough review of the needs of that building. It's a historic building. It's really part of the skyline in downtown Paynesville in the square, so it's an important responsibility not only for our services, but really for the appearance of the city, that we make sure that that building is state of the art. And two, kind of in my general tour of county buildings, another minor observation I saw was in our EMA, our emergency management facility. There's a kitchen, and that kitchen is important for two reasons. If there's a nuclear meltdown at Perry, cross your fingers, hopefully that doesn't happen. That is our emergency center, and it would be absolutely critical for our leadership, law enforcement, and disaster relief team to have a strong facility there. But in all likelihood, that will never happen. That's what our professionals are working toward. In all likelihood, we'll never have a critical emergency like that. But every single day, we talked about our telecommunicators, our dispatch. We have 24/7. A core of employees who are dealing with emergencies at the EMA, and they utilize that kitchen for their day-to-day use. I'm aware that the refrigerator and oven are original to the facility, and I think they're a little past their expiration. I think it's really important that we have a review of that kitchen because it serves people who are there 24 hours a day. This is not just a lobby where they have lunch. This really is a facility that is used all the time. And it also is where people go in critical emergencies. So if we did have a situation where we had law enforcement or leadership hold up an EMA for a significant period of time, that would become a public safety issue as well. So I think it's really important that we look at that facility and that we update it. Buying a refrigerator every several decades is not fiscal irresponsibility. In fact, I think it would be irresponsible not to address it.
Very good. Sir? No. Oh, I'm sorry. I will say the Emergency Operations Center is a facility near and dear to me. I used to be stationed there when I was just an employee with the county. But to your point, though, there have been activations of that facility for more than just training purposes. We had the large-scale lumberyard fire not so many years ago, the train derailment, the ice storms, I should say more correctly, are large-scale accidents out on Interstate 90, particularly in the Ruin Road area. So there's been bomb scares, and I will tell you, when COVID was starting to frame and we were trying to rally as to, okay, what are the next steps, that was our congregating point, and we very quickly then gathered our information and dispersed. But that facility very quickly became a protected facility because our dispatch center is located there, and only persons who needed to be there physically went there. So there's a number of assets. We've been obviously trying to do improvements to the HVA system there, to the generators, to the uninterruptible power supplies that power the entire building. That location is key to the overall operation of the Marks radio system. We're the prime site for this zone in the state of Ohio. The possibilities of the response in Lake County would be greatly diminished if that facility were to go offline. So something as simple as being able to warm or prepare a meal, that would be very important, and just a place to keep your lunch. So they're very, very modest asks, and I think that they're more than reasonable. So yeah, well said. Something, do you have further?
No.
I was going to comment, the three of us did have a nice informational visit to the Lake County General Health District. We got to see the mobile van, the bus, if you will, that was basically looks like a Lake Tran vehicle, but purpose-built inside for a point of dispensing. So it's fully self-contained. The application there, I think, is pretty apparent. That's one of the things that we're hoping to ask the state of Ohio if they'd be kind enough to either requisition it to the health district or to the county EMA. That is an asset that I think could have some long-term benefit. I know that the health district has the radiological response vehicles for Perry should there be an incident, but this vehicle's new. It's in good shape. We did look it over. I will admit I found a missing lug nut there, so yay. So hopefully they've gotten that taken care of. I think that Commissioner Young, I don't know if I'm violating anything HIPAA here, so I'll let you say while you're on your tour if you want to share.
Oh, I got the shot. I got the shot. It was very kind of them to corner me in that room, tie me down, and give me a shot. It's all good. It's all good.
The level of integration with our fire departments, our hospitals, the nexus, if you will, of future planning, the storage facilities for vaccines, the redundancy of the storage facilities in the event of power failures, loss of one of the cooling units. It's pretty impressive. Our health district has really stepped up, and I think it goes without saying that their partnership with the Ohio Department of Health has been instrumental also in getting resources here, not only in a timely way, but keeping those supply chains, because I can remember our first couple of shipments. The first shipment was a whopping 500 vaccines, and the next week somebody calculated that we got too many, so they dropped it to 400, with a population of 234,000. So those were some very stress-filled days, and I believe that was about the same time that New York wasted more vaccine doses than the entire supply that came to the state of Ohio. Just to put things in a little bit of context, did either of you want to comment on the visit to the health district?
I would just say I was grateful for the opportunity to learn more about how the health district operates at their headquarters. Our health commissioner, Ron Graham, has really been an advocate for Lake County. I will admit I was initially a little standoffish. I was concerned because as a new commissioner, I was very troubled by the closure of businesses and the mask mandates that we endured in the past year. I didn't know whether a health commissioner would be an ally or a foe, but I found that he, while very committed to public safety, no doubt about it, that's his number one priority, was also committed to facilitating our business interests and maintaining individual freedoms, which is something I haven't seen from every health official in Ohio. So when we talk about local control, I think we're very fortunate to have that with our health commissioner, Ron Graham. And while once again maintaining the highest standards of safety for our county, he also fought for our businesses, for our individual rights and liberties, and even for the rights of the disabled, people who are not capable of wearing a mask safely due to breathing and other issues. It was really remarkable to see his commitment. So I'm grateful for the chance to tour his facility, and I think that the everyday residents who have no idea there is a health commissioner for Lake County should know that we have one and that he is a friend.
Good to know, good to know. On the other part of new business, anything further from either? You've heard us alluding to this as a sneak preview for several weeks now, and we do have just joining us here today Vanessa Clapp, our Chief Public Defender. I think it'd be fair to give a little bit of a preview of something that should be coming for this board for approval. We are looking at a program that will assist individuals in leading crime-free lifestyles as contributing members of society. I'm just going to kind of read some stuff here, just to, you'll see and hear this again in the future, but the new program is designed to assist individuals who had been in jail to return to their communities, to live productive, crime-free lifestyles, and to be involved in the community in in the criminal process. Basically, I'm going to be blunt. Bishop Roderick Coffey, forgive me if I'm a little bit emotional about this. His time with Begin the Conversation, and in his early days of saying, "Show me the data," I took up that challenge. He and I worked very closely together, taking a look at law enforcement and better understanding each other. My background, not only on the law enforcement but on the engineering service side, allowed me to, one, help him to better understand, but more importantly, allowing Bishop Coffey to educate me as to the needs and the curiosities and concerns of the greater community. And that was a very powerful partnership. Bishop Coffey, a well-known and respected senior pastor of Unity Community Church in Concord Township, was very passionate and committed to community involvement in the criminal justice system, and was one of the original members of Begin the Conversation. It's a group of leaders that formed almost 7 years ago to address race relations and the justice system in Lake County. This project, it's been quite a while in the works. This was not a response to recent civil unrest and concerns, but this will directly be addressing that. It's just another example of Lake County being out on the cutting edge. I don't want to do too many spoilers here. I believe we're going to be only the second community in the state of Ohio to have something similar. And we do have our resident expert, Vanessa. Would you care to give a few comments? But while she's walking up, I also want to say that this goes back to our earlier conversation. Faith Andrews, our clerk of courts, has generously offered to provide the seed funding from the certificate of title. She's going to be declaring excess funds, and this will allow the the public defender's office to begin this program, evaluate it. It will also be eligible for the state reimbursement for public defender activities. So this will be a fully sustainable program. Again, like anything else, it has to prove itself. But with that, Vanessa, if I could turn the meeting over to you on this point.
Thank you, Commissioner. I actually put up my finger to say you're the only.
The only? What
county.
about Cincinnati?
Well, theirs, when I looked into it more, is not what we envisioned. It's different.
It's not as comprehensive?
It's not. So ours is more, and the Ohio Public Defender.
We're going to have to change our press release now, right?
Right. I sent you an email about that when I realized that. Anyway, so the commissioner gave you the background, and essentially Commissioner Hamerchuk and Bishop Coffey came to me before COVID, it was long before COVID, and said, can we do something with the community to involve them more in the criminal justice system? Is it something we could run through this office? Kind of a community liaison type position, I think they were thinking. And so I explored that option more. I did some research. I reached out to the Ohio Public Defender's Office in Columbus, which oversees the requirements of the public defender's offices, to see if this was even feasible for us to have at our office, and then thought more about the needs of my public defenders and of the clients and of the community, because we do serve the community. But then COVID came and we had to put it on hold. So essentially I'm coming back now asking you to consider this proposal for this new program called the Criminal Justice Community Engagement and Outreach Program. When I was thinking about how to develop it, I thought about my years in the courts as a public defender, and something that always troubled me, and it was a gap that we had in our service. So as public defenders, we're appointed, normally we meet our clients at the arraignments or maybe at the first hearing. Occasionally we'll get calls from individuals who have been approached by police to come in for interviews or who have gotten themselves into trouble. They want a little bit of advice. But normally we first meet them then. We see them through the criminal process, and once their case is resolved in some manner, conviction, sentencing, dismissal, we're done with them. And my clients used to say, thank you, hopefully most of them, for your help, and I'd say, I hope I never see you again. And it's not because there was anything wrong with them, it's just I don't want them back. So at that point then, they were gone, as far as we were concerned. We had no authority or anything to offer them beyond that. So the gap that exists is that once they leave jail or leave our services, they're let back into the community. They go back into the community. By now, they have burned many of the bridges that they had before. Their families may have grown tired of them if they had families that supported them. Their friends, their employers, they want nothing to do with them. And so they go back into the community, and they're not able to get some of the basic human needs that we all have: housing, food, clothing, transportation. A lot of that's gone. Maybe their clothes have been thrown out with the landlord when they went to jail. So it was always a gap that we had, and something that we were never at the Public Defenders able to really do much help. We would refer to different social services that were available, but it felt like there needed to be more involvement. So that is one of the shortfalls that this program would address, is addressing the needs of our clients when they're no longer part and involved in the criminal justice system. They may be on probation, but they're no longer in jail and they need help so that they don't come back. Because if we release them from jail into the community without support, then they end up in the same situation they were before and they end up back in jail. So the hope is we can reduce those recidivism rates, and it will be true when I say I hope I never see you again as a lawyer in court. The other thing that this program could do is some community outreach. Certainly during COVID that wasn't possible, but we've discussed having forums and clinics perhaps out in the community to address things such as sealing of their criminal record. Once folks have a criminal record, it's difficult to get a job, and if we can seal those records for them if they're eligible, if we can work with them, then that would help them. Also, their driver's licenses are often suspended or maybe even totally gone, so we have to help them with that so that they can get out there and drive to the employment that hopefully they'll be able to find. The other thing is the program would link us to some of the agencies that are out there that we're not as connected with, and I think that would be important, the social service agencies. And then should some issues arise in the community, I think it would be a way to address some of those questions that the community might have about the criminal justice system. So that is what the program's about. There was, in Montgomery County, they have a social worker that does some of this stuff for them. At that public defender's office, we have a social worker, and his job is to help our clients, many who have mental health issues or drug and alcohol issues, to get treatment so that we can offer alternative to the judges for something beyond prison or extended jail sentences. But his plate is full, and he's never been able to fully address that. Montgomery County has their social worker that they have from within the agency going out. My idea was to bring a community member who has the right connections into our office so that we're bringing the community in to help assist us with our clients and our cases. Ultimately, if our clients get out and they don't return and they're working, families are happier, they're happier, the community benefits, their wealth grows. It's just a good thing in the end. So that's the genesis for the program.
And just a little bit more, if I could add, though. Very early on in your new position as the public defender, you had Chief Public Defender Young, Mr. Young, no relation, I believe,
Right.
come speak to the commissioners, and Commissioner Serino, Young, and myself. One of the things we were looking at is, again, effective defense, proper funding of the public defender's office, working in good faith. Although we have a strong working relationship with our prosecutor's office, we also want to have a strong working relationship with public defender. And we were looking at possibilities. And that's where we started to say, hey, there's some connections here. And you worked very closely with Bishop Coffey and I, then Pastor Coffey, I believe. Your insights, your willingness to make these connections. You see a need, how can we fill that need by making connections? And your application and your application of your art was exceptional, and I really look forward to seeing this program coming before us next week for approval, and I hope that the Coffey family can also join us. This is something tremendous, and I'm excited to hear that we're the only ones. So that's pretty cool.
We will be the first ones if it goes through. They've asked me to present in October at the the statewide county public defenders program meeting about it, so that others might join us.
So yet another example of where best practices do not exist, we create them. How's that?
I like that.
Thank you for being such an excellent partner.
Thank you.
Commissioner Young, Commissioner Young, no relation to Chief Defender. Anything you want to add, sir?
Is this program modeled after any other program in the country? Or is it simply something that we came up with based upon our needs here in Lake County?
It's based upon our needs in Lake County, but also what I did was explored what we have around the state and around the country to see what folks have. Often they just have a social worker, not just a social worker, they're very important, but they'll have a social worker going out into the community or trying to make connections. So this one, I think, builds upon that concept, and I thought it was uniquely what we need here. It's something that I've noticed through 30 years at the Public Defender's Office, that we can't help these people. I walk out of the courthouse and that's it. We need to do more.
Yeah.
So
it does make sense. Very good.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Pleasure.
Mr. President, if I could say for context, I'm really grateful to our county prosecutor's office, to Prosecutor Colson, for making sure that we have a victims' rights group, victims' rights advocates, who work with them throughout the legal process. Obviously, the prosecutor takes the case to the courts, but as our public defender notes, there's a lot more to a case and getting the best outcome for each person than just the legal motions and the filings. And just as we need victims' rights advocates for the innocent and even those who've made mistakes, we also need an advocate who can help them through that process. So I view the public defenders as following our prosecutor's lead in a really innovative way in providing this service, and I'm grateful to be a small part of increasing access to justice.
Thank you for that.
Excellent. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, so more exciting things. In the interest of time, I'll forego discussions of the County Commissioners Association activities. We did have a number of meetings, but we'll talk about that another time. Our second public comment, is there any other new business? Okay, with that, we are now at our second public comment portion. Do we have anyone wishing to address this board in our second public comment portion? No takers. And Jason Boyd, County Administrator, do we have any electronic submissions? Jason Boyd indicating none. Very good. All right, well, that brings us to the conclusion of our meeting. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
And under discussion, out of respect to those who may be tuning in, because we do have a work session that is scheduled at 11:30. We've already well run into that time. We'll just leave the feed up, if I may, just to technical. We will take a brief recess because at our age we need to do those things. So with that, we'll roll into our work session. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Commissioner Young,
Yes.
Commissioner Plechnik,
Yes?
Commissioner Hammercheck.
Yes. And if I could just read, we have a work session today, June 10th, 2021, scheduled at 11:30. We'll be joining that time already in progress. Although we had it scheduled for the Lake Erie Conference Room, it is adjacent to this chamber, so we'll remain here. We'll keep the feed up. And the topic of discussion is going to be Lake County Jail Planning and Finance Work Session. The Lake County Board of Commissioners will be in attendance. No action will be taken at this section. So with that, we're just going to take a brief time out. If anybody needs to walk across the hall, I think we'll do that. We'll come back here just in a few short moments.
Suzanne, quick
So we'll
question.
just leave the feed
I
up.
did
Thank
go to
you.
the website just to double check, and there are actually 2 numbers listed for the hotline. Yes.
Thursday, June 10th, 2021. We did have our commissioner meeting run over a bit into the 11:30 hour, but this is the meeting that was scheduled, or the work session scheduled for 11:30. And just for the record, the purpose of this meeting is for the Lake County Jail Planning and Finance Work Session. The Lake County Commissioners will be in attendance. No action will be taken at this session. With that stated, Commissioner Young, I believe you had recently done a walk tour of the jail, and you've been doing some independent research that I think you wanted to share some information with us about.
Well, I don't want to, I'm sorry I'm eating in front of a starving crew of folks here.
Oh, what's that? The teacher would always say, did you bring enough for everybody?
Put that down. It's all out there on covered. There's a report done based on, excuse me as I suck my fingers. There's a report done. I can see why, never mind. We'll be handing that out in about 5 minutes or so. There were some edits that we did this morning, and they're just now updating them. So number one, let's just get started here quickly. I don't feel that Lake County is ready yet to tear down the existing jail and build a new one. And let me just say why real quick here. Given our current budget, we simply can't afford it. The only way we could afford it is with a property tax increase. And right now, our goals need to be economic development, not new government projects. We need to be focused on creating wealth and job opportunities for our citizens. And that's where the future is. You know, as important as a jail might be, it doesn't produce wealth. And although it does create some jobs, it doesn't have a huge ripple effect in the economy. So at this point in time, I would say that we need to back off of this project a bit, and as far as actually the full-blown tearing down the existing jail and building another one. Could you just hand those out for me? Yes. Okay, thanks. And focus again on wealth and the economy. Increasing property taxes is a real detriment to economic growth. I think we're all aware of that. People want to relocate into the county, but they have to pay more for a home over time with the property tax increase. Businesses want to build a new business building or move into the county. It becomes more expensive for them. So we want to grow Lake County. We don't want to simply have beautiful new buildings surrounding the square. That'd be nice. And I'm certainly not against a new jail. But right now, it's simply not affordable. Also, I believe there's been a problem with the analysis that have been done as to the need for a new building. And I think we need a more neutral source, if you will. I've done a little bit of research. More needs to be done, but working with the Ohio Department of Rehab and Corrections, which is our state watchdog for jails. They have established standards throughout the state for the proper operation of the buildings and for the buildings themselves. Excuse me. They produce annual reports from annual visits that they conduct at each of our jails throughout the state. And there's hundreds of them. But these are the folks that are mandated through the revised code to handle this function. That's their job. And they do it dutifully, and they do it well. We did pay a private company to do an analysis for us. I believe we put them in a compromised position. You know, they do business currently in Lake County. They design and build jails. Obviously, to tell them to do the analysis of whether we need a new jail puts them once again in a compromised position. It'd be hard for me. I knew if I built jails and someone were to come to me and say, do an analysis, do I need to build a new jail? And by the way, when we put this up for bid, you can bid on it. It'd be hard for me to not feel just a bit conflicted, if you will. Now, one of the arguments we've heard is that the jail is currently overcrowded. And having toured it, I get a feel for that. I do get a feel for that. But again, in the analysis, looking at the reports we have, the annual reports from the OD, R&C, it's pretty clear that our jail is not, by their definition, which is really the only definition that counts for overcrowding. You can look at the table in the study that is handed out on page 2. You can see that the capacity for our jail, according to the state agency, is 429 inmates. We haven't hit anything near that, at least since 2015, unless we hit that figure in 2019, which I know was nowhere near 429, but I don't know exactly what that figure was from the DRC. So we're definitely not overcrowded, nowhere near overcrowded. Other jails in the area are overcrowded, and that's clearly reported in each of the annual reports. So it isn't as if the DRC is timid or shy about pointing out deficiencies in our local jails. No such deficiency was ever mentioned in the Lake County Jail, at least not that I could find. I did look at quite a few of the reports. Another reason that's been offered as to why we should build a new jail is that the old one, built in 1990, is poorly constructed, poorly designed, and out of date. Now, it may have been poorly constructed. I can't attest to that. But once again, when you reference the state experts on jails, the DRC, their inspection reports, although they point out big problems with other facilities throughout the region, big problems in Euclid, big problems in Ashtabula with the Cleveland House of Corrections, big problems traced back to the age and layout of the building. Once again, not timid. They lay it on the line. You know, if you look at the Ashtabula report, for instance, and I have references to it in here on maybe page 4, the Ashtabula County Jail. You can see number 1.
Sir, I only have 3 pages.
Well, let's see here. There you go, Ashtabula County there.
Thank you, sir.
Sorry about that.
What about Jen, do you have?
I only have 3 pages as well.
3 pages? Jen? Jason, could you get Jen real quick?
I think it's on. The Ashtabula quote in my packet's on page 3. Maybe it's a Page Nation.
There should be.
Okay, so the font size has
Oh,
been
I'm
reduced.
looking at.
okay.
Yeah, I have a different.
Okay,
font
so the
size
font
here.
size has been reduced, so we've got page 4 has been condensed. Page 4 is represented on
I
page
see.
3.
Yeah.
Okay, thank
Sorry
you.
about
No,
that.
no, no, that's okay,
Okay.
that's okay. In the interest, though, of, and I appreciate the large type you got there, if we could maybe go by the headings, that would be very helpful, so we can kind of keep up. Is that acceptable?
Smart.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
So you're referring to?
So you can see.
Ashtabula County Jail?
Ashtabula County Jail, yeah. Page 3.
Copy. Thank you.
You can see I have it underlined continually. The age and layout of the existing facility does not provide an established jail security perimeter. The jail does not have secure booking and release area. This is due to the age and layout of the existing facility. The age and layout does not provide two-way communication. The age and layout of the existing facility, or the existing jail facility, does not provide adequate lighting. So again, these watchdogs are not timid about pointing out shortfalls. In the Lake County Jail, there's no mention of anything related to this, of any facility problem. When I talked to them about it, and I told them what we were considering doing, they were surprised. They said that they hadn't gotten any calls from Lake County. No one had mentioned a problem of any sort. And that would be something they would expect if the building was indeed in such dire straits. They do offer those services. They said they'd be willing to come up anytime, take a tour of the building with us, find out what our concerns are, give us expert input. Not that we don't have experts now, but a neutral third party is something to be valued. There's much wisdom with many counselors. An old quote from the Bible, which I value. So, frankly, I don't see why we wouldn't avail ourselves of such free services from folks who do jail analysis throughout the whole state. And this is what they do, and they do it extremely well, from what I'm told. So in having read all of these, that's an exaggeration, having read a lot of the inspection reports, again, it's clear that these folks' job is to point out deficiencies of any sort. And we should be quite proud of our jail because they haven't found deficiencies with the Lake County Jail. At the same time, there are people that respond to questions, concerns, quandaries that jails find themselves in. And they stress that with me, that they're ready to come out upon request and work with us to see what we can do to bring our jail up to speed. And I just want to read quickly something here at the end of my little tirade here. So I just want to make it clear, I'm not opposed to building a new jail due to any kind of ideological distaste of the role jails play in our society. It's obvious jails play a necessary role in protecting the property and lives of our citizens. I applaud the efforts of our sheriff, our courts, in reducing the number of people sentenced to extended jail time. Also, having toured the jail, I agree that maintenance is required in areas such as the leaking roof, plumbing problems. However, having read the ODRC jail inspection reports that do not reference any problems with our jail, having considered the hardships to which many of our citizens would be subjected by a property tax increase, the negative impact of higher taxes on economic growth, and the lack of a neutral perspective as to how to improve jail services, that the ODRC stands ready to offer free of charge to Lake County, I cannot support the building of a new jail at this time. So that's where I stand on this issue. And I hope we can invite them in. I'd like to be involved in some of those meetings to at least hear their perspective. Now, they're not going to come in and tell us we need a new jail. That's not their role. But they will tell us if we have any kind of problems that get in the way of the operation of the jail and in the way of the jail fulfilling its role. It's meeting all the standards that are required. They were surprised that we had reached a point where a number of us had reached the point where we were actually considering building a new jail, and yet they hadn't been contacted and brought in to any of the discussions. So let's reach out and have a conversation with the folks that seem to really understand all these issues in depth and from a very, again, neutral perspective. So thanks for listening. I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Sheriff, anything you want to contribute or ask?
Well, as I've tried to explain to...
Your microphone, sir. Thank you, sir.
As I tried to explain to Commissioner Young repeatedly, the figures that he is receiving from the Ohio Department of Rehabilitation, specifically the Bureau of Adult Detention, are one-day snapshots of the Lake County Adult Detention Facility. It's not our annual average or our daily average of our Lake County jail population. It's a one-day snapshot. And so those are the figures they record, and they're the figures that we give them. So when they come in on a particular day, as an example, in 2015, our population was 337 inmates on that day. In reality, our annual average per day in 2015 was actually 329, which was 8 inmates less a day than what the DRC was showing. However, when they came in 2018, their daily average was 328 for that particular day. Our annual average that year, the average population was 349. During COVID in 2020, when the courts substantially cut back, as well as lockdowns in our area and limitations on movement, had they come in on one particular day in 2020, our average daily population for that day would have been 200 inmates. Today, our population stands at 330 inmates. So within roughly a few months, our population rose from 200 inmates per day to 330 inmates. When you look at the average that they show, the DRC capacity is 429. Our jail was designed and built to house 353 inmates. At one point, our average daily population was 385 inmates. We built a minimum security jail to reduce that population, and we moved inmates out to Blaise Nemeth, approximately 70 inmates a day. When we went through our financial crisis, 2008, 2009 as a county, we closed the minimum security jail in 2010. And we brought about, at that time, 53 inmates back to the main jail. The only way we could do that and qualify as certified under the Bureau of Adult Detention, we had to ask for a variance. And in 2010, we were given a variance to add 60 beds to our facility by double bunking our jail facility, which we did. 2 years later, a new group came into the Bureau of Adult Detention and said they were revoking the variance. They said we were abusing minimum jail standards and that our population is only 353, since that's what our jail was designed for. We fought that attempt to take away the variance, since we had already closed the minimum security jail, and we won that argument in court. And so the 429 figure comes from using every bed in the jail possible. The point that's being made in terms of our facility is multifaceted. The very first aspect is that we have a growing Lake County jail population. In 1993, our Lake County inmates, that's Lake County court inmates, people either serving time, awaiting sentence, or on trial in the Lake County jail, was 206 inmates. In 2019, we housed 350 Lake County court inmates. We no longer house any inmates from outside our jurisdictions. If we do, it's a limited number. I think today we might be housing 10 from the United States Marshal Service to assist them, since we have current openings. As a sheriff's office, as a jail facility, we need to do a number of things, is look into the future, and whether that's 5 or 10 years. In a jail facility, you're looking at a 10-year view moving forward, because whenever you make a decision, if that decision would be to build a new facility takes about 4 years to be realized, from beginning planning to move-in date, 3.5 to 4 years. So when our county population in a design facility designed to house 353 beds, and that design is filled with 353 Lake County inmates, we would be remiss not to tell the Commissioner's Office, moving forward, you need to be aware that we have a housing shortage moving forward. When you look at, when I started my career at the Lake County Adult Detention Facility in 1989, we housed 2/3 misdemeanors, low-level offenders, and 1/3 felons from Lake County. Today we house 2/3 felons, 1/3 misdemeanors. Why that population has shifted is because the Lake County courts have done extraordinarily well in keeping people out of jail. Now, I know a lot is being talked about today about bail reform and keeping people out of jail. It is a scourge in our major cities across the United States. They are way overcrowded, and it has been abused. The place it has not been abused is in the Lake County court systems. Both our common pleas courts and our municipal courts have worked very hard to keep people out of jail regardless of their ability to pay. So when you go to the arraignments in Lake County, judges are very quick to provide personal bonds, which means there's no money required to assure your appearance in court, unless the law specifically says it's required. As an example, if you're arrested for domestic violence, you're not granted bail till you appear in court. And then there are restrictions based on the person's previous records. A lot of people that we have serving time in our jail have continually violated probation, leaving the judges little discretion as to keep them out of jail. In fact, at a recent judges meeting, the common pleas court judges were upset as a sheriff's office that we haven't spoken up more widely in terms of these meetings that they do not house people that should not be in jail. They pointed out, Judge Lucci pointed out, that less than 1% of the people in common pleas court at the present time are incarcerated in the facility. The majority of people, he said, are in our community because we have worked so hard to grant them the ability to stay out of jail. That's what's kept our population down. Do I believe in bail reform? Absolutely, as does everyone at the Lake County Sheriff's Office. Bail reform is essential, but I don't see it making a dramatic effect in Lake County when bail reform comes about, because we've been practicing it for the last 15 years or more with the Lake County judges. Overcrowding is not something we're experiencing today because we've taken measures to combat that. We have taken measures where we've double bunked our facility, where we've granted bonding, where we've given personal bonds to keep people out of jail. The point we have to relay to the Commissioner's Office is, moving forward, we're going to run out of space. And you don't wait till you run out of space to be able to tell people, we should have decided this 4 years ago. I was neglectful that I didn't inform the Commissioner's Office of what we're looking at. The second aspect that we're looking at is an aging building. A study done in 2013, then a study done in 2014, and a study done in 2019 have all brought in engineers who have looked at our building and said it is end of life. End of life in terms of our heating and air conditioning, end of life on piping. A recent study shows where all the bricks are being pushed off the building. In fact, Lake County, reacting to that, recently had a firm come in to do some tuck pointing in terms of the building to try to stave off some of that deterioration that's going on. And it has temporarily, but they also said, listen, every window needs replaced in here. Every brick needs to come off this building and be tuck pointed beneath. The roof needs to be replaced. Your piping is beyond end of life and is unrepairable. In fact, in a recent study that was done, the study said the current structure makes it nearly impossible to make interior alterations to the Sheriff's Office to respond to new requirements in law, events in the community, and addressing changing operational strategies. We have made lots of alterations. The telecommunications department, the buildings and grounds department need to be greatly applauded for maintaining this building for as long as it has been deteriorating and keeping that building going. That's what we've presented through those studies to the Commissioner's Office. We've never said at some point that we can't house the inmates that we're housing. We can. We continually do that. But you can't put a person in every cell. You can't put, well, we have 3 open female beds, so let's just throw 3 males in there. That never works out. You can't put people who don't have mental illness in with other mentally ill individuals. You can't, as a norm, use isolation beds, isolation housing for extended period of times without it being disciplinary and being in violation of state standards. Every year, Captain Brooks, who's sitting to my left here, handles state jail inspections and handles all. The state comes in not only to look at physical plant, but also look in terms of policies and procedures, how you handle people, use of force, medical programs, all those different aspects to verify the minimum amount is necessary for you to do. Minimum is not necessarily the best. We've always maintained standards much higher in Lake County than the minimum standards. If you were to visit other facilities, as Commissioner Young references, the Cleveland House of Corrections, Euclid City Jail. I can name lots of facilities in Ohio that if you were to go there, they qualify as minimum jail standards, but you'd be shocked at their operations. You go to Cuyahoga County Jail, the amount of garbage piled up in people's cells is enormous. We believe that Lake County residents deserve better. Our job as a jail facility is not to punish people, it's to house them. It's the role of the courts to punish. But we need to house them safely and at the same time be fiscally responsible to the citizens of Lake County in letting them know where their buildings are at and what to look for moving forward. And if you have any questions in terms of minimum jail standards, in the review of those, Captain Brooks is an expert in this area with over 37 years of experience who could highlight and speak with expertise on any of those issues.
I just real quickly, just in response, I trust what you're saying. I've toured the jail, and I've read these inspection reports, and I can just see by the verbiage from the inspection reports that other jails have problems that you don't have because you handle the facility responsibly and diligently. But you can see what I'm dealing with here. You know, we're talking about a $70 to $100 million project, the largest capital project in the history of Lake County. And when we look at the reports from the state watchdogs, again, according to them, the supposed experts, nowhere near overcrowded. Now, the 429 is their figure. That's the capacity figure, the one we fought for, apparently. So nowhere near overcrowded, according to the experts. And if you look at the years reported that I have, and I know there's a lot more years than this, and you have a lot more data than I have here, but 2015, 337. 2016, it went up, 365. 2017, 329. 2018, 328. 2019, I don't have a figure from DRC. 2020 down to 300. Now that was partly COVID, I'm sure. But nowhere near overpopulated. And no mention of
But Commissioner,
a threat.
again,
Go ahead.
it's a one-day snapshot. You keep going back
But
to these
it's
figures.
one day out of every year.
If I used your reasoning here, with all due respect, you shouldn't charge a dime in taxes next year to Lake County residents because you're going to get $44 million from the government every year free.
I see what you're saying.
Isn't that going to happen? Oh, wait a minute. That's an exception. It was just 2020.
But
it was a one-time thing.
Sheriff, this is every
a
year.
one-day population look.
But every year they're under the capacity, well under it, way under it. And then when it comes to the facility itself, again, you look at other facilities in the area continually cited for facility problems. Nothing in Lake County. You know, all these engineers come in and tell you that, you know, you need all new windows, you need you need new brick protections, etc. And yet when the state comes in, they see nothing. And there's no mention made to them that there's a facility problem of any sort. It's difficult for me then to stand up and say, people of Lake County, we're going to take the money out of your pocket, we're going to build a new jail, in spite of the fact that the experts in the state of Ohio have no evidence to indicate or suggest in any way, not even a suggestion, that we need a new facility. And there they are every year inspecting and reporting. And yet there's nothing in any of the reports that speak to what you're describing. So that's the quandary that I'm in.
Mr. President?
Sir.
So, in the course of our appropriately public discussions on the need of the jail facility going forward, I've heard 3 critiques of the sheriff's proposal that a new jail is needed from different places. And the first that I want to dismiss, which Commissioner Young has also dismissed, is that we should defund the police. The police are a problem. No one here is seriously entertaining that. I don't care whether or not our sheriff's department, law enforcement, or police are popular. I support them regardless, and I know that everyone at this dais does. So I want to agree with Commissioner Young that whether anyone supports the idea of building a new adult detention facility or not, I think I say with confidence that no one here wants to defund the police. Second, I hear the concern that jails are unnecessary, that we can move beyond them or dramatically reduce the need for them. But I think that ignores the fact that our judges in Lake County, as the sheriff has said, have already implemented many of the reforms that the rest of the state are catching up to. Bail reform makes a big difference when you have judges that are imposing significant and difficult to meet obligations that do disproportionately impact poor and middle class populations. But the judges in Lake County, like Judge Lucci, have worked very hard to already address those issues of justice. So I applaud our Cleveland Marshall alum, Chief Justice O'Connor, and others who are trying to push this for all of Ohio. But I think that the leaders here in Lake County have already done much of that work, which is not to say we can't all continue to strive to do better. We're called to do that. But I don't think we're going to see a sea change in the Lake County justice system when everyone else catches up to our example. So that leaves the concern that Commissioner Young has expressed to us, that a new jail is unnecessary because the old facility is either capable of meeting our needs for the long term or with a modest expense can provide for those needs going forward. I certainly hear the concern that a new jail facility would be expensive. I think that's certainly a point no one can debate. Commissioner Young says 70 to 100 million. I've heard 60 to 100 million. I think everyone's numbers are in the same ballpark, and that would be the largest capital project that our county has stepped up to this point. I think that our budget director, Mike Matus, would agree with me. He's nodding, and that's a very significant investment. But it's been said to me many times, and I've since confirmed, sitting at this dais, that it's the job of commissioners to deal with buildings and budgets. And I've had experience with both. I don't pretend to be an architect, but I have managed my own rental business. I have worked on plumbing, put in doors, walked on roofs, installed windows. I can recognize issues when I see them. And I'm grateful, just as Commissioner Young was given the opportunity, so too the sheriff, as well as Captain Brooks and Chief Deputy Sherwood, and I really want to acknowledge you both for joining us today, gave me a full tour of the jail facility. And while I don't pretend to have the expertise of Mark Eifelis and Lake County Buildings and Grounds, and I certainly don't have the expertise of Paul Stefanko and our telecommunications department, which are our 2 county agencies responsible for the jail, I can tell you that there is a serious and systemic problem with the jail facilities. Number one, as Commissioner Young acknowledges, the roof is in very poor repair. A flat roof in Northeast Ohio is a terrible idea on virtually any building. And it's disappointing to me that prior fiduciaries who were tasked with husbanding our budget would build a jail facility with a flat roof. Because for the entire life of the facility, we've dealt with water, leaking, and other problems related to that roof. And that water damage is systemic and throughout the entire building. There's a reason why the walls are bowing out. There's a reason why we have plumbing issues. It's because of rust that's literally dripping down from the roof, through the floors, into the concrete encased plumbing. And you're saying, concrete encased? That sounds like a terrible idea. Well, like I said, as the proud owner of Plechnik Real Properties LLC, which once managed a grand total of 6 apartments, I can tell you that concrete encased plumbing is a terrible idea. I had one pipe underneath a concrete driveway, and let me tell you, it's very expensive to bust up concrete to replace a trap or a pipe. That is the entire jail facility. So every time we have water damage and a rusted out pipe from this roof, we have to go in, jackhammer or otherwise break up concrete to replace pipes. So to say that we need to maintain some plumbing issues in the roof is true, but we have to understand that's a very costly ongoing problem, and it will not be a modest cost. In addition, as if there weren't enough problems with water damage, there are no drains on the floors of the jail. There are no drains. And that's a problem for 2 reasons. Number one, we have a significant amount of water incoming from the roof, which was poorly constructed, despite the best maintenance we could do. And because anyone familiar with jail facilities, and I'm looking to Captain Brooks to confirm or correct me if I'm wrong, there's often a problem where an inmate breaks, damages an item of plumbing. Sometimes it's accidental, sometimes it's on purpose, but that can result in a lot of water being sprayed out over an area. Now, if you've ever been in a kitchen, and my first job was in the monastery kitchen at Belmont Abbey, every well-built kitchen has a drain in the floor, because if there is a spill, which is inevitable in a facility with a lot of bathrooms or kitchens, or a bad roof, you have water damage unless there's a drain to absorb that. There are no drains on any of the floors in the jail that I'm familiar with from my tour, and that means whether it's water coming down from the roof from a rain event, or it's an inmate or an accident, when there's a significant amount of water released, this water has nowhere to go but into the walls, which causes dramatic damage not just to the plumbing but to the entire jail facility. And I think it's really commendable how Captain Brooks, how Chief Deputy Sherwood have gone above and beyond with this facility to maintain it by working hand in hand with Lake County Buildings and Grounds and Telecommunications. And the fact that there are no complaints from the Ohio Department of Corrections, I think, is really a testament to your work. It's not that the building is in perfect condition, it's that everyone has come together to go above and beyond to make it work as best they could. I know there have been creative solutions, such as when a shower head was busted, literally a rubber pipe with a hose have been used to reroute the water, because there are no drains on the floor, to reroute it as quickly as possible into a sink or a drain or a toilet to try to avoid more damage. But obviously that takes a human being to run up to the busted plumbing, to stick the hose on and to stop it as soon as possible. But in the meanwhile, you have sitting water, which is obviously not good for the health of all those there, that is slowly seeping down floor to floor to floor. And once it gets in the walls, there's no way in that concrete encased plumbing to stop it until it drains all the way through, damaging every single floor as it goes. And so I just want to emphasize that to say there's a plumbing and a roof problem doesn't fully state just what a big problem that is. And to fully replace that roof, and more so to actually have a slanted roof that would prevent some of this damage in the future, would be a huge capital cost. So if we're talking about fixing or rebuilding the jail to get it to like new standards, I think we're talking about a similar cost to building an entire new facility. And that might be a viable option if we are confident that our facility is large enough for the next 60 years. But we're hearing from the person who has served in Captain Brooks's role and Chief Deputy Sherwood's role before becoming our sheriff, so someone who's managed this jail in different leadership capacities now for decades, that all indicators are that we're going to need more, not less space. So if we make tens of millions of dollars of investment in this facility to not only fix the roof, but to put a slanted roof on the facility, to remove all the concrete around the plumbing, if that's even physically possible, to install drains on each floor, and then to repair all the mold and other damage that this building has incurred over the decades that it suffered under the old roof and plumbing system. Even if we were able to achieve all of that, Then if our population goes over a limit, we come back to the table and say that we're going to need to spend $30 or $40 million to try to build an addition or a supplemental jail. And I think that that's a problem that we have to bear in mind. We can't pretend that it will be free to rebuild the current jail, and we cannot pretend that population in jails stay static. We have seen a trend line as long as this jail has been there and previous jails upward, not because of unreasonable sentences from judges. In fact, our judges have given more and more modest prison sentences and have emphasized that incarceration should be reserved for violent crimes, for felons, and for people who simply do not respect the law. If you violate probation 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times, if you simply refuse to show up to court, it's not just the judge's discretion, it's the law that says you're going to jail. And it has to be that case, because if you can simply ignore the law with respect to misdemeanors, there is no law with respect to misdemeanors. And there are very serious misdemeanors in the code. There are very serious crimes that don't rise to a level of a felony, and it would be wrong not to enforce on some level those crimes. We should be more understanding, and we should recognize they're not as serious, but someone who won't take responsibility, who ignores their court dates over and over again, I don't just say, okay, I support the judges in showing the rule of law in those cases. That's the right decision to make. So I think realistically, we're given 3 fundamental options as commissioners. Commissioner Young suggested one of them. We can attempt to rebuild the jail, which I want to emphasize would be a very expensive project. We're talking tens of millions of dollars no matter which of these alternatives. And I see our budget director nodding his head. We're not going to do this for a few $100,000 or a few million. If we decide to rebuild the Lake County Jail, put a new roof on, redo the plumbing, remove the concrete, install drains on every floor, replace all the damage, and upgrade the facilities, we're talking about tens of millions of dollars. We'd need a full study to determine exactly how much, but the price tag is not going to be considerably lower than building a new jail. We can build a new jail, which is the recommendation of our sheriff's office, or we can build multiple new jails. We've heard some municipal officials suggest that we could have 3, 4, 5 jails, and that is an option, but I'm looking to our budget director again. Even if we're talking about the same total number of inmates, I am fairly confident in saying that 3 jails would cost more than 1. And I see the nod of the head. Would the sheriff agree? That 3 jails would cost more than 1, even if they were smaller. Yeah. So alternative number 1, we rebuild the jail, in which case we have the same limited capacity and realistically a useful life that might extend for 5 or 10 more years. To get it to actual like new standards is probably impossible. We can build a new jail, which would give us a useful life, assuming it was built well, assuming that the investment was done well, of 50 to 60 years. Or we can build 3 new jails that would also give us 50 to 60 years. Now, I don't think there's an appetite from anyone at this dais to build 3 jails, or 4 jails, or 5 jails. I think I'm right. And I'm open to being corrected. So I think option number 3 is not something anyone's interested in. So we're seriously debating here today, do we rebuild the Lake County Jail to get 5 to 10 more years of useful life with no added capacity, assuming a larger population? Or do we build a new jail that anticipates the population that our sheriff and his staff, his deputies, believe is likely for the foreseeable future? And if we do that, we should have 50 to 60 years of useful life in that facility, assuming that we husband that resource, we build it right, and we take care of it. And I think the fact that we've been able to use this facility, which I do believe, from having personally toured it like Commissioner Young, is not well built, I do believe that it's a testament to the people who have taken care of the facility that we do not have these violations. I personally think that the cost per year is what we need to look at. I think we need to consider whether rebuilding the jail or building a new jail is more fiscally responsible, which is the more expensive alternative per year. And in that calculation, we need to consider capacity for a second reason. While we're very conservative when it comes to projections, if you look at the cost of the old jail, poorly built as it was, The one positive I can point to is that most of that cost was ultimately reimbursed to the county by taking business from the federal marshals. And what I mean by that is that the federal marshals do ask local jails and prisons to house inmates and pay us for that service. And the old jail was largely paid for. There's an increased demand right now. I announced at a previous meeting that our sheriff had shared that Geauga had accepted a contract for 100 inmates from the federal marshals per day. And in all likelihood, if we had excess capacity, we could take it. Right now, we essentially are at full capacity. As the sheriff said, it's true that our numbers don't go up to 429. But 429 is with a variance that the state would like to revoke and may revoke in the future as standards continue to rise. And I think appropriately so. We've heard from the public many times that we have to have access to justice and we have to treat people fairly. Some folks will go to jail, whether we like it or not. That is the fact. But I agree with our sheriff that Lake County deserves better than the minimum standards. Cuyahoga County Jail wasn't shut down, but 13 people died in the last several years in that facility. I don't care if that passes the law. That is not acceptable. And the people who manage that jail, including county government, should be ashamed of that result. Ultimately, family and friends of our residents, our neighbors, are going to be in that facility. You're right, Sheriff, it's the judge's job to decide what's just punishment, working with our county prosecutor's office and working through the justice system. And when that ruling comes down, it's not up to you to hurt or punish those people. It's up to you to make sure that everyone in that facility is safe and treated with humanity. If our standard is to have people die in that facility on a regular basis because it's out of date and it's a model that's geared towards incarceration with no care or concern for the people there, we are doing a disservice to our family, to our neighbors, to our friends who made mistakes. Some of those mistakes are pure evil, and some of those people are truly dangerous, but many of them are troubled. Many of them need help, and many of them can do better if they're given a chance. We know that there's no such thing as real mental health, real facilities to deal with drug abuse and addiction until it gets completely out of control, in which case jail is where most people end up. That's a sad testament to society, and our commissioner's office can't change that single-handedly. But where we can make a contribution to the effort to do better is to make sure that when people are forced to be incarcerated, that we have a facility that treats them humanely, keeps them safe, and hopefully has opportunities to rehabilitate rather than just incarcerate. The current jail facility can barely handle the task of keeping people in a cell without being harmed. Because of some really heroic efforts from our corrections officers who put themselves in line and in risk, we haven't had the catastrophes that Cuyahoga County has. But I don't know that it's fair to expect them to continue to do that. When you walk down the hall and you see the offices, the desks of our corrections officers in a hall that also has access to inmates, what happens if one of those inmates decides that today's the day they're going to hurt someone? Whether because it's of their intent or because they're troubled, that corrections officer is in harm's way. We should not have a facility where there are desks in a hallway where inmates have access. But we are dealing with a capacity issue. As the sheriff said, we can't fill every room. You can't put a man in a woman's facility. I know today there's great debate over who's a man and who's a woman. But in jail, we don't have the luxury of those debates. We need to keep people safe, and we need to follow the law. That's what the corrections officers have to do. They can't mix male and female populations. They can't mix the mentally ill with someone who's in there for a more minor offense and risk that either of them are harmed by the other. That's a disservice to both. So I really want to say that the state hasn't stepped in and said there's violations. That is a right praise to our deputies, to our sheriff's office for their work. It doesn't mean that the building is perfect. It means extraordinary efforts have been made. But what we're hearing from them is we're reaching our limit. Unless if I am completely mishearing our sheriff right now, you're saying to us you're reaching the limit. You're doing everything you can, you care deeply, and you're never going to stop trying. You're never going to say it's impossible, let it happen. You're going to fight with the resources you're given to treat people as humanely as possible and to keep them safe, but ultimately you can only juggle so much, and eventually the balls will be dropped. Not because anyone hasn't done their best, but because we're giving a harder and harder task to the people who are in harm's way every day. I hear from residents that our corrections officers aren't paid enough. I bet they're right. But pay isn't everything. A safe work environment is a big part of the equation too. I'd rather be paid a little bit less and be treated with decency and respect and know that every day I walk in the building I'll walk out safely than paid a little bit more and ask myself, am I coming home tonight? That's me. And I've never been in a situation like that. Our deputies go into that jail every day having to ask themselves, are they safe or not? It's not just the inmates we need to think about. When we talk about supporting police and law enforcement, it's very easy to say rah rah, but this is a rubber hits the road decision. Do we really support law enforcement? Do we care about the fact that they're in harm's way? I'm not saying that there's a fundamentally unworkable or evil alternative, though. I think we could put a lot of money. I think we could spend $50, $40 million and rebuild that jail. But what happens when the sheriff comes back and says 4 years later, I told you so? We need 50 more beds. It's going to cost you $20 to $30 million to build this addition. We go, whoops, we could have had a brand new jail for $60 to $100 million, but now we've spent $50 million rebuilding the old jail, and we've got to spend another $30 million on an addition. But the old part of the jail will only last for 10 years. The addition will last, for goodness knows, another 50 or 60. In 10 years, we're going to have a fiscal emergency because we'll have spent the money we could have used to build a long-term facility that will last a generation on a temporary fix that will cost just as much when you consider the reality that unless if our sheriff, who's managed this jail now longer than some people have been alive, unless if he's completely wrong, we're going to have to build an addition in the not too distant future. And, I want to say this not to be political in any way, shape, or form. I have built yard signs with wood for Commissioner Ron Young, and I will build more again. If he decides to run for re-election, I will endorse and support you. And I think that your push and your determination to examine every expense and expenditure, whether it's a $3.51 oil filter or a $60 to $100 million jail project, I think that's critical. I think fiscal responsibility is a core value that commissioners have to have because we're about budgets. But we're statutorily required to provide safe buildings that serve the county function. And so it's our challenge to find out how to pay for it. The sheriff's job is to say we need it, here's why we need it, and here's the consequences if we don't get it. Cuyahoga ignored the warning signs. They're on TV. There are documentaries on Netflix where you can watch. There are podcasts you can listen to. There are literally pop-up practicums and courses taught at law schools about how bad the Cuyahoga County justice system is. I do not want 10 years from now people to say that Professor Commissioner Plechnik made Lake County into Cuyahoga because he thought in the short term he could save some money. I don't believe we should raise property taxes. I've heard the public loud and clear, and I can say that I have never, not once, voted to raise taxes. And by the way, some people split hairs. They say, well, I raised one tax, I cut another, and in between the two, I cut the taxes in the net. I can say I have never raised taxes, not one penny, not in one instance. And I have no appetite to do it. I think it's my job as a commissioner to find every way possible to pay for what we are legally required to provide. And we are legally required to provide for a facility for those people who are a danger to society and who have broken the law. We're required to do that. It's not our option. And it's my job to find a way to pay for that without putting a burden on the taxpayer. And I know that Commissioner Young is committed to that. I know that President Hamercheck is committed to that. I'll quote him. I have no appetite for a new tax. That's our president. So I agree that that should be a huge part of our work. It is our work. It's not the sheriff's job to find this money. It's his job to work with what we're able to provide in taxpayer support. But we have to do the hard work of finding the money. And we can't say it's too hard to find the money, ergo no jail, or it's too hard to find the money, ergo let's put a Band-Aid on it, and then the next Board of Commissioners can figure out the tough choice when they find out that the sheriff was right and that we need another 50 beds. Now, I'm hopeful. I'm very hopeful because of the incredible staff that Sheriff Liam Bruno and his predecessor, Sheriff Dunlap, have pulled around him, that you will be able to help us in not just constructing a facility that can last for 60 years, in not just finding the right capacity so that we do not have to add to that facility at any point in that time, but also to do what your predecessors have done and try, when it's possible, to use any excess capacity we have in the early years, because you have to build excess capacity in the early years of a facility when you see an upward population curve, to pay for the jail along the way. Now, I'm not coming at it with the expectation that that's a guarantee or that we can predict what that revenue flow will be, but it will be more than zero. And I know that the sheriff will be aggressive and hardworking in contributing to that bottom line. And I can tell you as a commissioner, I will segue that money off. That would automatically go into the general fund. And I know our budget director would love to see flexibility there. But here's where I will be rigid. If I see money coming into the jail because we have a contract with the federal marshals, because we have a contract with another county or facility, that money stays with law enforcement and in that jail. Nobody gets to dip their hands into it in a boom year. That gets put to the side, because it should go to pay for the facility. And I personally believe that with all of us working together as a team, as cheap as we are, the nicer term is fiscally responsible, that we can pay for this jail without the need to raise taxes. Now that's our job. It's not the sheriff's job. It's not the judge's job. We can't push it off on anyone else. But I am confident that they will be strong partners in this. I know I've said a lot, but this is the biggest capital project that we have considered as a county. And even if I'm blessed to serve on this commission with Commissioners Young and President Hamachek for 30 years, even if that were to happen, in all likelihood, this will be the biggest vote we take. So I don't think it's wrong in a work session where the public is listening and cares about our reasons to take the time to fully explain my position. I think we all need to. And I'll close by saying this.
I want to respond to him for 1
Yes.
minute.
I 100% take responsibility for my vote. I do my homework. As a tax professor, I know budgets. As a former small business person who had to maintain buildings with his own two hands, I know enough about plumbing and roofs and the practicalities that our deputies and sheriff's office are dealing with to see an issue in front of me. So I'm not abdicating my responsibility. I support building a new jail because I think it is the most fiscally responsible option. I think it is the lowest cost per year to the taxpayer. But in weighing that and making that decision on my own, I do put heavy weight on the opinion of our Sheriff Frank Liam Bruno, of the captain who manages the jail, of the chief deputy who works in the leadership to maintain that safety and that balance of the staff. And it only takes the conclusion I come to on my own and makes it all the more firm. I believe that the most fiscally responsible alternative, the lowest cost per year, the safest result for law enforcement and our deputies, as well as our inmates, who we are fiduciaries of as well, is to build a new jail. And I stand open to being corrected, but I have not heard one fact, figure, or statistic that shows that it would be cheaper to rebuild the old jail than to build a new one when you consider the useful life of a properly built new jail. And I would just like to ask, as my final statement, What say you, Sheriff?
I agree.
Microphone, please.
I agree. We need a new jail. I think you and the sheriff have pointed out a lot of issues that we have. The state does know that we were thinking about a new jail. I talked to my jail inspector about that.
Joel?
Yes.
Yeah.
So they were notified. But we don't do anything until it's approved. Once it's on paper, then we can approach them. But until then, we can't.
And not to argue, but maybe I just heard something different, but he told me they were available to come up, even now.
Right.
Before
We have discussed that.
Before we have anything on paper.
Joel and I have discussed that,
Yeah.
yes.
He would bring the state, I forget his name now.
John Adams?
No, the gentleman that is in charge of structure and
Okay.
the actual facility itself.
Yes, I can't think of his name. I know who you're talking
He's
about, yes.
yeah. Anyway, he'd come up with them, and they would help us out even at this point. But go ahead. I'm sorry, I didn't.
No, it's just, I think we need a new jail. You have 20 inmates, 18 to 20, in one range or housing unit that's designed for 12. Leads to a lot of fights. Not enough room.
Oh, yeah.
Not enough square footage. So we are overcrowded. I mean, you know, the state may not say it or put it on paper, but we are. When you're stepping over people that are sleeping on the floor, that's overcrowded. Because we don't have a bed for them.
Sure sounds like it.
Yes.
I wonder why they don't report. They report it all over. I mean, so many different facilities are reported as having overcrowding in different cell areas and et cetera, but it's, well, go ahead.
We weren't designed to hold 70 to 100 females, but we do. You know, we put them on the floor if we have to. And you know, I don't have a problem saying this, you know, when you put a bunch of women together, you know, things don't always work out.
And you're the only one in this room who could say that. Thank you.
So we wind up locking them down a lot, you know, lock them down. If they can't get along, lock them down. And that's not the answer. But sometimes we have to do that.
Yeah. Just in reference to what John was saying, and I'm going to be very short. I appreciate your passion, and I agree with you. If we can build a new jail without raising taxes, I'm with you 100%. Just based upon the sheriff's recommendation. Again, it's a bit of a quandary because we're not hearing what I expected to hear from the state in reference to this issue. Part of the process I would hope would be that we'd bring these folks up here to talk to us about our needs and about the facility and all the issues surrounding that, whether remodeling could potentially be a solution. I never heard a figure as high as 40,000, but I don't know. We should start calling you probably Professor, Commissioner, Engineer. By the way you described the situation at the building. I don't know about revoking the variance, that sort of thing. I do know that an increase in taxes can carry a pretty heavy weight for a lot of people who are challenged. A lot of seniors on a fixed income, a lot of poor households throughout the county, and maybe we do need more beds even now, even though we're not hearing anything from outside Lake County about overcrowding. Nonetheless, the people that live in that environment on a continual basis recognize a need, and I can't discount that. I trust these people. But I don't see why in the world we wouldn't bring up folks that can give us free input of some sort, and at least listen to them And I think we could accomplish that within the next 30 days or so, perhaps even less, where they could be here and have a discussion. So at any rate, I agree with you. If we can build it without a tax increase, I'm with you.
One other point to add to you, Commissioner. You had talked about a jail remodel. So if we were to, the last estimate we had to fix up the current building without putting on a new roof was about 30 million. If we added a addition, say it was a $20 million addition, you're at 50 million.
Now add the roof.
Well, not only add the roof, but there are jails that have been built that have never opened because they don't have sufficient income to pay for staffing. When we were looking at an addition, we said we would have to add 12 to 15 people to staff that. The cost of that over 30 years would be $40 to $50 million more in terms of operational cost than just building cost. So when you factor that into the addition, plus remodeling a building that's only going to be good for 10 or 15 years on an update, the cost well exceed $100 million.
And Sheriff, my understanding, to follow on your point, is that a goal in constructing a new facility would be to use space more efficiently, so that you could open doors to central areas and hallways without the need for a deputy to escort a prisoner. There's two benefits to that. The deputy is safer because there's less exposure to potentially violent inmates. But it also means that you don't need more deputies to escort inmates from place to place. A properly constructed modern facility takes those issues into account and requires less staffing to achieve the same number of beds while keeping the deputies safer. In addition, less contact with deputies also reduces issues with respect to disease transmission, something we've certainly experienced in 2020. And while people have varying opinions as to how dangerous COVID-19 was, and we're not here to debate that, one thing that's beyond debate is that the two types of facilities that were hardest hit, where we saw the most deaths and serious illnesses, were elder care facilities and prisons, because those are intense spaces with at-risk populations. And if we can construct a facility that minimizes disease transmission, we're not just reducing risk of violence, we're not just saving money, we're saving lives by, in pandemic situations, reducing transmissible events, which is critically important to do. We should take what happened in 2020 seriously, that jails were so hard hit, that prisons were so hard hit by COVID-19. There's a reason for that. We crammed people together in spaces that were too small. We don't want that unhealthy situation. And while no one is going to get sued for what happened in 2020, the lawyer and law professor in me is thinking, you knew that there was a substantial risk of disease transmission based on the statistics of 2020. And what steps did you take to ameliorate this problem? It was discussed at public meetings. It's on the record. I'm reading the minutes. There was a law professor talking to you about it, and you did nothing. I don't want that lawsuit. But more than that, I don't want people to die unnecessarily because we're not taking these things into account. I understand that many of us didn't think about disease transmission in jails and prisons before 2020, but now it's time to think about it. So I just want to add that's another benefit to having a modern layout. Yes, it saves money, and the budgeter in me loves that. It protects our deputies, and we have to do that. It's our commitment to do that. It protects inmates. It also reduces disease transmission. I really don't see why we haven't started talking about this sooner, but now is the time.
You good?
Sure.
Okay, I'm going to throw a few things out here in no particular order, but I'll try to organize things. Commissioner Young, I appreciate your investing personal time in doing a tour of the building, making some phone calls, doing some internet research. I feel obligated to say that, speaking for myself, I was technician in the telecommunications department when this building was being commissioned. Our sheriff, I believe you were a sergeant back in the day. Worked your way up, you're now sheriff. Captain Brooks, I believe you have 30 years? 37. I missed a memo. 37 years. An exemplary career. A leader. And I believe, we hear the word expert used an awful lot here. Our experts are sitting right here before us, not the people on the other end of the phone in Columbus. But let's set that aside. We've called this work session for the purpose of Lake County Jail planning and finance work session. I think we've exhaustively talked about the finance side of this. I'm encouraged to hear that if this facility could be constructed with no additional taxes, that you'd concede that that's a big leap. That's good. But let's talk about the planning side of it. Let's set the numbers aside. You're looking at a point in time. You're looking at actuals. I get that. Let's just accept that you're at a perpetual distance on that. Let's just accept that on the finance side, that's a matter subject to fair debate. I think we've spent enough time on that. I would like to go over a few statements, and I'm going to kind of give them to you a little bit of time because I hate it when somebody peppers you with 10,000 questions and doesn't give you a chance to respond to anything, because I don't believe that's fair. And I've also been asked several times, why are you investing so much time in Commissioner Young? And I've even said this to you. You represent a constituency in Lake County. Your position represents a constituency, a group of people in Lake County. Those questions, from your perspective, deserve to be asked and answered. This is the venue where we can have discussions, deliberations. No decisions are going to be made. This is all part of that openness, transparency, and that's why we've initiated this effort. All discussion needs to be made in this public venue. One of the things you'd mentioned was, I believe, words to the effect of meeting all the standards. I would ask, what about the mental health treatment, addiction treatment, general medical care? And I would add this, because this is one of the things that comes up an awful lot, all this with consideration for work release and taking place in a safe, stable location. And I'm going to also add, this is a humane issue. These are the kind of things that need to be factored in, but they're not being taken care of. There is no dedicated space for these activities, and there is no available space to be reprogrammed for that purpose. I think that's something that needs to be considered. We are in a time when these are issues that need to be taken care of. The recidivism rate. Let's talk about the opioid crisis in this context. How many times do people come in, receive time to clean up, dry out? Mm-hmm. They get out and they die because of an overdose. The reason they die because of an overdose, their body has adjusted to not having those chemicals in their system. They go out, they take the same dose, they overdose and die. Is it fair that can we agree that this should be discussed, that these elements, these programmed spaces are important to be addressed? Is that a reasonable statement?
Sure, absolutely.
So in your calculations, have you considered these items? I have to ask, because this is the proper venue for this. I would love to catch you in the hallway and say, hey, have you thought about, where are we at with giving facilities where the Adams Board would be able to have a place where they could point and say, hey, we can invest in this program. Those types of things. I need to hear that there's some deeper thought to this rather than a one-time tour of the jail and some phone calls to some unnamed people and an internet search. I need to know that there's depth. The public needs to know that there's depth to this.
Well, those are things we've all talked about with the sheriff. And the sheriff is aware of those programs, and he's helping to guide people into those programs.
That sounds like something I would expect from Columbus, but Sheriff, is there adequate facilities in that building? And is there places that could be rededicated? I believe the answer is no.
Yeah.
So, okay. So we know that we can't do, okay.
I think, how are we handling that now, Sheriff?
We have people dying.
Are a lot of our people dying over there?
Ask the coroner.
At an expanded use, probably our medical area.
Your microphone, sir.
Our medical area for the jail would probably be, if you had to get a space-wise, is from Jason Boyd here to that wall.
Yeah,
It's a very small, inadequate to handle the medical care or to handle special. Our mental health program has no space. They move around from cell to cell rather than have adequate areas to meet with individuals with severe mental illness. The psychiatrist that comes in to treat people who are psychiatrically impaired, who also present a danger to society, that's why they're in that facility, has to work in that small medical area where somebody's getting examined on a table while they're talking and trying to treat somebody with psychiatric illness directly in front of them. The drug and alcohol treatment program has no adequate space. There is no adequate space for GED programming, for church services, for a multitude of services. If we were to look to improve our facility and look at that physical plant moving forward, we would build areas that can meet those needs to return people back to society better than when they first came to us. As well, there's 20 police departments in Lake County. When they have to have people seen in court, they're pulling police officers out of those communities to come pick them up in jail, take them to court, bring them back from court, and that could be quite a few hours doing that. What COVID-20 taught us is the ability to use the internet to do hearings. We have no space. We have a space probably the size of this little area here that we do video arraignments.
Yeah.
If we were able to expand and put video arraignments in proper areas for the judges to be able to use, we could keep our law enforcement in the community patrolling the neighborhoods and keeping them safer rather than hauling people back and forth to jail. So in answer to we have adequate space and how are we doing it now, we're using closets and basically small areas to try to do those things.
You know, when we had our meeting, of course you were there, Sheriff, and I recommended that we could consider building a separate building, a smaller building, just for those services. The comment was, well, we don't have that level of need. It's a smaller population, etc. That's maybe my memory doesn't serve me well, but that's what I recall. It would be a separate facility, though, so I can understand reservations there. It'd be better to have it all under one roof, perhaps. So it does make sense. And having visited with you there, I was impressed that the space is limited when it comes to these additional programs.
Continually works on that programming. In fact, some of the things that she has designed to address those areas. In fact, one of the things that the public defender was talking about, if you want to explain what you're doing in the community with that.
Yes, we have the Lake County Reentry Coalition. Not sure if you've heard about it. But all of the things that Vanessa was talking about, that's what the coalition is doing and working on. It's been slow because of COVID. We're starting to pick it up again. But we try to get inmates before they're released. We have a discharge plan for those that want it. We try to get driver's license or birth certificates, social security cards, housing, whatever the need may be. The Reentry Coalition helps them with that. And there's also a coordinator for that. And her job is to come and meet with the inmates, usually 6 weeks, then 4 weeks, then 2 weeks before they get out.
That's excellent.
In your presentation, you mentioned the roof and the plumbing. And I appreciate your recognizing that those are serious deficiencies, areas of concern. But I'm going to refer back to some other, the reports, activities and discussions. The electrical system. Again, we talk and we hear a lot of references to experts. The manufacturer of the electrical systems, the panels, the switches, the main, we'll call it the guts, if you will, per floor for the building. The manufacturer has declared the equipment obsolete. The support, limited at best. There's some aftermarket materials to replace this equipment to current standards, $6 to $10 million. That's not debatable, that's a reality. And it's kind of like doing heart surgery while the heart is still beating. I don't know how we would be able to replace those electrical systems floor by floor in an occupied space. That's just something that needs to be talked about. Just keep that in the back of your mind and give a little thought to. Access control. There's two extremes. There's the individual controls that used to go through some programmable controllers, which again were essentially obsolete when they were installed, that have been now replaced with manual push buttons in the control rooms. And then on the other extreme, you've got your radio frequency activated proximity access control, which is more sophisticated. But we're looking at a lot of diligence went into that because there was a time when the county proactively purchased all of the access cards because the old system, literally the manufacturer had gone out of business, the availability was limited. They stretched that as far as they could, but we've been having to make investments. So we have two extremes. We have literally dry contact push buttons and a similar system to that which we have in this building, and I think we've standardized on throughout the county as best we could. Again, economy of scale, we're doing the best we can. Cell doors and the locking systems. The cell doors in some cases are literally falling off. The frames are falling out. The locking systems, the locks themselves, they've got these giant skeleton keys. I'm exaggerating a little bit about calling it a skeleton key, but it is a substantial key. Those are well over $1,000 a piece if you can get the parts, which you cannot. And we've scrounged up as much as possible from other facilities and providers, but we have nothing left. Did you want to maybe talk about literally the danger of having doors falling off? Or is that pretty apparent?
Well, we've had inmates in locked security cells kick the door.
A microphone, please. I'm sorry.
We've had recent inmates who are in high security housing areas kick the door and break the lock in half as the door swings open. And then they're into a free reign environment because the metal has deteriorated. Again, minimum requirements when it was built, but not certainly what you'd want to base.
And some of those areas that person will then have access to are the ad hoc areas where I shouldn't say deputies, the corrections officers, other staff have had to take up quarters in hallways because of limited space. The potential for someone to have improvised devices that they could use for bad things, if I can keep it clean, it's very high real risk, not only to themselves but to others. So I just want to keep that in your calculations as you're thinking. Again, I'm working hard to win you over on this.
Well, let me just, if that's the case, again, it's just so frustrating to hear all these things. The doors are falling off, locks are all rusted out, etc. People are, wandering hallways, and yet when the state comes up to inspect, unlike other facilities, nothing is mentioned.
That's
I don't know
not
what makes
their,
us, what
it's
makes
not
us
their
so
role,
unique.
Commissioner. The state does not come in and do state inspections by reviewing your mechanical systems, your physical structure. They come in to see, are you complying with the minimum jail standards of policies and procedures? Do you have adequate square footage? And they simply take a measure of square footage. They bring in a light meter and say, is there adequate lighting? Outside that, nothing else is done in a state inspection unless people die. Then they come in, oh, you probably should have noticed this.
Well,
The state inspected the Cleveland jail for the past 15 years and passed the Cuyahoga County Jail for the past 15 years. Yet,
you're
during
right.
that time, you see how it operated. So
Right.
you can't rely on the state jail inspectors to give you an adequate base as to where your facility lies physically.
Yeah, you're right. But at the same time, I mean, to a point, I believe. But if you just read the inspection reports from Ashtabula, for instance, it's clear they're talking about the facility in many cases. And, the age and layout of the existing facility did not allow them to have a secure booking and release area. The age and layout of the facility does not provide two-way communication system, does not provide adequate lighting. It's all related to the facility, the age and layout of the facility problems. What they told me was that unless there is a threat to the security.
Who's they, if I may ask?
The rehab and corrections group that comes up and does the inspections. Unless there is a threat to the actual security of the jail, they don't get involved in it. So I think you're right in the sense they don't look at the structure of the building, they don't look at the piping. But they said if the jail points out that they're having a problem in this arena, then they will take a look at it and it will show up on the inspection report. So
The state will not provide us any money to build a facility. It doesn't matter what they say.
I didn't say
their view of what it is. We have to go to our experts and our county and say, this is where we're at. To rely on the state, here's what I was told by the state of Ohio. Every time we go to them, ask for anything, they say, you're not as bad as 90% of the places. You guys do it too well, so don't come ask us for money.
What they're telling me is that for the reports themselves, if they hear from the prison that the prison is having a problem.
It's a jail, not a prison. That's a very specific term. It's a jail.
If they hear from the jail that there's a specific problem, then by golly, they will take a look at that problem and it'll show up on the inspection report if indeed they agree that there is a problem area there. The problem with Lake County, if there is any kind of a problem we can talk about with Lake County, is that you guys are so damn quiet about any problems that you have. You just, apparently, you're not really using them as a tool. There are, I mean, maybe they are true tools in a sense of the word, in the negative sense. But they claim they're ready to offer a service to Lake County. But Lake County needs to describe the problems they're having. And then they'll take a look at those specific problems and give us consultative advice as to how to move forward.
Mr. President, I just want to make an observation. What the sheriff had said in response to our collective questions about, well, what does Ohio Department of Corrections looks at? He said they take a light meter, and they check the light, and they look at the square footage. and you know, I want to point out that Commissioner Young, I want to point out that you just read us a report where they say the square footage is insufficient and the lighting is insufficient. You're literally seeing exactly what the sheriff is describing.
Well, I read more than that.
And you've pointed out that, you know, the sheriff hasn't tried to use the Department of Corrections as a resource, but I think what Sheriff Liam Bruno is sharing with us is him complaining to the Department of Corrections only has a negative possible consequence in the sense that it creates potential liability for the county in a lawsuit if there's a bad report. It could require an expensive repair or upgrade that might not be necessary immediately, but there's no chance of additional funding. So to some extent, complaining to the Ohio Department of Corrections has serious negatives, but no positives. And so using them as a resource may not be the right way of looking at it, because creating a record that your jail is dangerous or out of shape never serves the jail. Instead, it's a more positive use of time to try to address the real needs as opposed to getting a bad report. I'm trying to understand, is there any reason you'd want a bad report from the Ohio Department of Corrections?
No.
Well, I don't think you're thinking your way through this, Professor. The reality is that if we don't point out that we recognize there's a problem and we're trying to deal with it, then certainly when you stand before a judge someday and the judge says, clearly you had this problem, everyone in the organization was aware that the roof was leaking, there were problems with the electrical systems, the doors were falling off, and yet you never confided in any of the state experts. Instead, you brought in your own experts to sort of privately tell you that there's this problem out there. And yet, you still didn't really deal with the problem. I don't think that it follows logically what you're saying. But it doesn't sound as if at this point you're willing to take advantage of a free service offered by state experts. That's your call. I disagree, and I'll disagree very aggressively on that. But go right ahead. John, you were in the middle of a presentation.
No, I'm trying to work with you because I value your position and those who you represent. Now, to the sheriff, though, I have to say, and I'm going to take exception, Commissioner Plechnik, I don't believe that there's any desire to hide or conceal anything from reports. I'm going to say I'm also a state licensed contractor, so I understand how you do inspection reports. We do them professionally. Some might even call me an expert in that industry. Yes, that was meant to be a little poke in the ribs. It's outside the scope of the state. When they're coming here to have these discussions, they're not inspecting the rain screen. They're not inspecting the roofing. They're not inspecting the structural steel. It's outside their scope.
That's true.
So I just wanted to get that as part of the record of this discussion, that in no way do I personally believe anyone is attempting to conceal anything at all. And I appreciate that, but I don't know that that's what you were trying to say, but it sounded like that. So I just wanted to be abundantly clear on that. But getting back on point to some of the things which were not mentioned, but are actually mentioned in some of these other facilities, the discussion about two-way communications. That's also known as an intercom system. Our intercom system, from the day it was installed, and I know I was one of the grunts pulling the wires in because the company went out of business and we got stuck dealing with it, and I believe the sheriff wound up, now sheriff, then sergeant, wound up programming many of the systems to get that building commissioned, because we were jumping through our ears trying to get this place commissioned. That intercom system is in failure. It's at end of service life, and we need to make some decisions. Are we going to do some short-term fixes, or are we going to do some long-term, very expensive fixes? So we've got a lot of cost there. We talk about the exterior of the building. It's a rain screen. It's the facade. The International Masonry Institute offered to come and do a free review. There's a reason why they're referred to as international. They set many standards. I will admit the building was in bad shape. There were sections of the building as big as a car that were threatening to fall off. The retaining devices had rusted through and failed. Water had gotten behind the exterior of the building, but not the interior, so that envelope, as it freezes, we all know what water does, it expands. We literally had to section off sections of the sidewalk, the front area, sides of the building. It wasn't too long ago, I believe it was in the out towards Toledo, out towards the islands, there was a section of building that had collapsed the exterior and I believe killed some people. There's other parts of the country where, I don't want to use the word facade, but for the sake of this discussion, falling, collapsing, killing people. It's not uncommon for people on the outside to be standing there getting the attention of inmates in areas where they were in serious threat. We spent well over, I believe, $100,000. I'm going to look over to Mike Matus for a professional engineering company that does that to review the structure while they had it opened. We needed to know if we had good bones or if we had bad bones. If this was a rotted building, we need to know it. They also made immediate repairs to sections of the building that were an obvious failure. You know, that was some of the tuck pointing, but it goes beyond tuck pointing, where actual sections of the building were removed, attachment systems were retrofitted and put in place. But that's a strong indicator that the rest of the building has issues. So when we say that there was poor design, poor construction, our predecessors did a terrible job with that building. I cannot overemphasize that building was obsolete the day we took possession of it. It was the end of, I'm just going to call it the incarceration detention model. I cannot overemphasize treatment and rehabilitation wasn't even conceived of then. And everything that went into this building, it seems like every corner that could be cut was. And it's frustrating having to go back and deal with that. But when you've got sections of the building threatening to fall off, and you know, we're all kind of scanning that building as we all look by. Several times I've looked at Jason, when you see shadows, it's like, hey, what's going on there? Because the shadowing could be an indicator of something bulging, something coming out of position. So when you see a shadow in a place you wouldn't expect, you would have to lay eyes on that. So that's something important. Something else to consider, the wastewater coming out of that facility going to Painesville City for the sewers. We actually have to go to a holding tank to separate out solids. Now you might ask, well, why would you do that? Well, when you've got blankets, shoes, and other materials, City of Painesville is not going to be real happy when we start plugging up their sewer mains. We have to have that pumped at least monthly. There's a regular maintenance. Modern facilities would have what's called a grinder, where that stuff is ground down. Usually on the front end of a wastewater treatment plant, there's a screening and grinding system to protect the plant. This would be to protect the collection system. We don't have that. And to retrofit something like that is incredibly cost prohibitive. And I don't believe we even have the space for it in front of that building because Route 20 is right there. So again, just keeping that in the back of your mind.
Johnny, I'm not opposed to building a new building if we can do without a tax increase. And everything you're saying, I'm sure, I know you, none of this is inaccurate. And it would cost a lot of money to bring the building up to snuff again. So I understand that.
And I appreciate that. And as I'm speaking to you, I'm also speaking to your constituency, because if we're going to make decisions, these decisions have to come from an informed position. And I'm going to use the word bias where you're concerned. You are biased insofar as, well, if it doesn't cost anything, we can do it. I have to look at the needs first.
That's an exaggeration.
That's an exaggeration, but it's an exaggeration though for explanatory purposes, and it's a fair statement. And this is the venue where we can have this discussion.
It's not a fair statement. I realize it'll cost money.
But the public has a right to know all of the factors that are going into this. The generator.
To know the money's going to come out of their pocket if we have to increase taxes. But go right ahead.
No, and that's fair. It is the people's money, but we also have a responsibility to provide a safe facility that allows for our justice system to not only perform, but to humanely treat the people that are in this building.
Well, then bring in experts that don't cost anything to at least take a look at it.
And continuing, so we have a generator that not so many years ago, we did a refit on the engine. There was a problem with something called wet stacking. That's where you run a generator. Generators like to be run close to full load. That generator was not. That generator is reaching the end of its service life for the insulation on the generator itself, similar to the Emergency Operations Center. But I don't know if this is a good candidate to be even considered to be taken out for a refit and put back in because of the constraints of where it got shoehorned into the building. I'm not even sure we could get that thing out of there. It's mind-boggling the way this, I mean, they look like they literally built a generator to run around the generator. I don't know what, I'm sorry, I'm getting a little emotional here, but I can't imagine what rocket scientist had a hand in that. But if that generator were to fail, there is no fusing on the generator windings themselves. The ensuing fire and threat to safety forces would be incredible. The size of that generator would cause an electrical fire of epic proportions. I know we have systems to control and try to contain and do, but you would have a building that if that generator is up and running, you have no electricity, you have no backup power because the generator is offline, and you're relying on batteries for emergency lighting. That's a crisis situation. And we also have an obligation to protect the people who are in that building. Not just the staff, but the people who are in there. All these things need to be factored into this consideration. And I have not heard any of these conversations come up. Again, I've talked about this building. You know, we talk about the age, the layout of the existing facility. Again, I have to emphasize, it was obsolete the day the doors opened. I've already mentioned, but it's worth mentioning again, it was designed around an incarceration detention model with no provisions for treatment or rehab. Okay. You know, I don't believe, and I do believe the sheriff did mention this, I don't believe proper credit is being given to our courts. Our courts are being incredibly creative. We've had those in the public who've pointed out a number of things in regards to jail reform. I take comfort in knowing that as we develop and as our information through discovery comes out, I think they're going to be pleasantly surprised that our courts are doing many of the things that they would like to see done. I can say with absolute certainty, for example, Judge Lucci, his court will be part of the unified, okay, I'm going to try to get this right, unified sentencing system being sponsored by the Ohio Supreme Court. That's one of the highest bits of praise when you're a court that's being trusted with something like that. But there's more to it. Judge O'Donnell was on the steering committee that created the standards by which that pilot program is being handled. We truly have some of the finest judges and the finest staff in our courts in Ohio. And I believe they deserve to be recognized for that. Let's see, I apologize, my handwriting sometimes gets a little scribbly. Got it. Obviously, there needs to be a little bit more depth and discussion. I appreciate your desire for experts, but I can't declare somebody an expert just because they come from the state. I have to say that. I'm sorry, what's screaming in my head, and I realize we're all government employees, but it's screaming in my head, hi, I'm here from the government, we're here to help. You know, Lake County, our building inspector, he has a saying, help not hinder. I can't tell you how many times we've had some challenges. If we do a refit on this building, I call it a refit because a simple rebuilding is not as simple as just fixing some plumbing and putting a roof on. We're going to have to rebuild at the current state building standards. The ADA component alone, I don't even know if we can get there from here because the way the building was designed, it predated ADA. There is no grandfathering for ADA. We've had to make a number of reasonable accommodations. I believe one of the phrases in the trade is invalid assist, where you have to physically muscle somebody around to help them out. You have to provide equal access, and if you can't, you have to make reasonable accommodations to give them that. I'm just trying to go through this whole list. You know, we talked about the workforce. One of our largest costs is not necessarily the brick and mortar, it's the ongoing cost of staffing. And that's just not going to go away. But here's a big one. More than once, the state has threatened to return felony 4 and felony 5 back to county jails. What do? When that first came up a year or two ago, we would have been overwhelmed overnight. Overwhelmed. Right now, that is a battle taking place in Columbus right now. County Commissioners Association, on behalf of all of our counties, is fighting to say you already acknowledge that you have problems with jail facilities at county levels. They're fighting with the state because this is an example of the state unburdening their system. Those are the prisons, if I'm using the right terminology. Those are the prisons, shifting that load back to county jails. Lake County would not be the only one overwhelmed, but this would be devastating. Devastating. And I don't know if that's factoring into your calculations. And everything has a cost. Everything has a cost. And I'll tell you what, if those felony 4 and felony 5 show up, we can't exactly, what's that, sheriff out west? I don't think we can do a tent city at the landfill, can we? That's probably a really bad idea. And the suggestion of using hotels, we don't have hall monitors, we have corrections officers, so we can't do that. That's where the long-range planning, as the sheriff is talking about, and that's where, again, these types of discussions are real and substantive. We need to talk about things we can agree on. I know that the numbers seem to be in flux. I know how are we going to pay for it, but there are specific things that the public has a right to know that have to be addressed. And I'd like to throw those out there. And Sheriff, have I indicated deficiencies that weren't accurate? Thank you. So, we've gone over a number of things. I have, in the interest of time, I'll forego some of my other comments and questions, but where do we go here next? Now, Commissioner Young has indicated the state as a resource, the state as experts. In your professional opinion, have they been of value? Have they shown interactions with other places, or are we putting too much value on an unknown quantity here? I'm just curious, can you maybe shed some light to help support Commissioner Young's position or refute the claim?
In terms of the field,
microphone, please, I'm so sorry.
In terms of the field, I have not talked to any other jail facilities or sheriff's offices that have found that beneficial. Their benefit has come from their own studies that they're willing to commit to and pay to have that done. We've had a 2013 study, a 2014 study, a 2019 study. At some point, what's consistent is they all say the same thing in terms of the physical structure.
Are they all from the same organization, K2M?
K2M has done 2 of those studies in 2014 and 2019.
And then you have a third. Who was the third one?
I'll have to look at that. The other study that was done was the
International Masonry Institute,
as well as companies that have come into our facility to do reworks on what we have talked about the deficiencies in the buildings.
I don't think it'll be necessary. So, to the sheriff's point, we did have an outside company. Jason, Mike, do you recall the name of the company that did the?
I think that the firm that looked at the masonry and took some samples out, as you indicated, Commissioner Hammercheck, I believe was Technical Assurances.
That sounds right.
And I believe they're a Lake County firm. I believe out of Willoughby. So yeah, Technical Assurances, and then an outfit we've used sporadically by the name of Garland has taken a look at the roof a number of times. Those are the 2 other studies top of mind for me.
Okay.
Mr.
Well, if I just, at the risk of offending our friends at the state, in communications with fellow commissioners, County Commissioners Association, I'm going to go out on a limb and say something maybe the sheriff can't say. Our colleagues throughout the state refer to the state as being worthless. For them to say that they don't know about our consideration, they do know, because we did submit well over a year ago for consideration, which was one of the foundational data points that resulted in the $50 million being allocated to the biannual, which is $25 million per. Lake County was one of the counties that participated and gave them the data point. So for them to say they don't have the information about challenges and issues is a false factual statement, otherwise called a lie. So if you can hear some irritation in my voice,
what are you talking about?
You have been bamboozled. The people you were talking to are not giving you accurate information. They knew. They know we have problems. They know we have problems. They know we have challenges.
And
So-
how do they know that again?
We submitted information to them in regards to the cost of a facility,
Who
be
did you
it,
faci-
be it rehab.
who did you present it
If
to?
I may finish my statement, sir.
Well, just tell me who you presented it to.
Jason,
Yes, sir.
you did the
I
filing. We were
believe
work-
we worked with, Sheriff, you might have to help me out on this, the Buckeye Sheriff's Association and CCAO as they were looking at, across the state of Ohio, the potential public need for dollars for county jails. So I think it was a combination of CCAO, Buckeye Sheriff's Association. Sheriff, is that accurate?
And they were working closely with our legislators in Columbus as
Correct.
well as state officials.
I don't think they work directly with rehab and corrections.
Well, that
But-
$50 million number didn't
You're
get
assuming
plugged in
that,
out of
and
the
that's-
air.
That's fine. Go right ahead.
That's not an assumption, sir, but thank you.
Well, you know they've worked with rehab and corrections? Or are you assuming that?
I don't particularly like being questioned like this, sir.
Okay. Well, I'll just do what you like then. What would you like me to do? Just be quiet now, right? You go right ahead.
My point, sir, is that the $50 million didn't magically appear in the state budget because our legislator was feeling generous. As I had indicated, one of the data points that they used was the Lake County analysis for a refit and expansion of the existing facility or a new
Right.
replacement. Those numbers made it into their calculations. Therefore, that is my evidence that they had the information. It didn't magically appear in their minds because the Holy Spirit said, ta-da!
Well, rehab and corrections doesn't analyze each budget ask from each legislator throughout the state. I can guarantee you that.
We seem to be talking potentially about two different things. Those data points were presented as an immediate need of which Southern Ohio, because of neglect, and I question competency, and lack of local support, elevated them up higher, which is where one of the other $50 million concerns is where those dollars are likely to go, because we have worked diligently to try to maintain the facility we have in the best possible way possible for safety and application. We've actually been penalized. So just adding that to the conversation. Do you believe that it would be worth having further conversation with the state on this to satisfy Commissioner Young? I think it might be worth a call, but I am somewhat, and I'll look to legal on this. Commissioner Young has expressed an interest in working with, if they were to come up to do a review, I also would like to be involved, but obviously that I'm concerned about the potential for conflict, the potential for discussions and deliberations. But if you could be our chaperone maybe while this is going on. I'm looking for a way that we could do this. I believe I have a certain degree of expertise, so I just want to make sure.
Commissioner, again, a quorum, if they were together, two commissioners, could attend an informational meeting, ask questions, receive answers. Do not discuss and deliberate amongst yourselves, meaning the two commissioners.
So as long as we maintain discipline, that shouldn't be a problem. We could both be accommodated. Okay. I just want to be clear on that right up front again, in public.
I appreciate you exploring that.
Well,
I mean
again,
that.
it means a great deal to me.
It means a great deal to me that we would at least listen to what folks who are recognized, maybe they're not folks we would be the first we'd turn to, but that are recognized, the ones that do determine if a facility's overcrowded, the ones that do determine if improvements need to be made, the ones that do cite the jails throughout the state if there's a problem. I think that we should at least hear what they have to say. So, and I appreciate your exploring that.
Fair enough. And
Thank
Commissioner Plechnik, you've been very patient.
Mr. President, the point that I want to make, going back to the Ohio Department of Rehabilitation and Correction, is I feel that there's a misunderstanding as to what their role is. Their role is to enforce minimum standards for jails And unfortunately, there are counties that fail those minimum standards. We've already discussed how a failure to meet minimum standards is catastrophic, but even meeting those standards is not necessarily acceptable. And jails that have met those standards in the past have had deaths, violence, harm to both officers and inmates. And so I certainly recognize, and I don't think we should be criticizing the Ohio Department of Rehabilitation and Correction. I have confidence that they're doing the job they're given, which is to enforce the minimum standards to make sure that jails do not cross that critical line. But it's our job to consider more than that when we're talking about the safety of our deputies and our inmates. So this is not me questioning their expertise. I just don't want to misunderstand their role. I think they do an excellent job of measuring the light level in the building, of determining the square footage, of taking a snapshot of populations and saying, does this jail catastrophically fail what a jail should be? Does it meet the minimum standard or not? I don't think the service that they provide is to say, is this jail optimal for your community? What's the useful life of the building? What's the cost of its maintenance? So I'm not objecting to you and Commissioner Young talking to the Ohio Department of Corrections or touring the jail with them. But I think what they'll tell you is, let me get out my light pen. Lighting's okay. I can Google the square footage on your jail based on the snapshot population today. That's enough. But they're not going to tell you, here's what your population will likely be over the next 10 years. They're not going to predict the useful life of the building. So I think that they can give you some answers, but they will not answer the fundamental question of, is it more fiscally responsible to refit the building, to use your term, Mr. President, or to build a new one? I don't think that's the service that Ohio Corrections provides. And as we hear the reports in Commissioner Young's summary, they're talking about square footage and lighting. I also want to say, with respect to the reports, I know that it's the role of our deputies to use the jail they're given to have the best possible result. Not that they're fooling Ohio Corrections, but that they're going above and beyond to keep the inmates and their colleagues safe. But they're coming to us and saying, we're reaching the breaking point. We're doing the best we can with what we have. We've managed to maintain to this point. But if we have an influx due to greater population, more law enforcement activity post-COVID, F4 felons being rerouted to county jails, if for whatever reason we take in another 10, 20 inmates, that could cross the safety line tomorrow. And I think we need to listen to that, because Ohio Corrections is here to say, do you have a catastrophic failure in your jail or not? Congratulations, we don't today. But I don't think that they're going to give us the more detailed answer as to what's the most fiscally responsible option. I think they're going to affirmatively tell us, I can't answer that question. I don't think they're going to be willing to, frankly, because I don't believe that's their role.
Your perspective is interesting. Number one, they've changed over the years. They're no longer minimum standards. And what they inspect for, the standards they inspect for, focus on reception and release, classification, security, housing, sanitation, environmental conditions, communication, visitation, medical, mental health, food service, recreation, programming, inmate discipline, administrative segregation, grievance, staffing, staff training. So it's a fairly extensive view of jail operations. But I have heard that term used in the past, minimum standards. It goes fairly far back.
Code.
Microphone, please.
Commissioner, the Ohio Revised Code is the Ohio minimum jail standards. They are the Ohio minimum jail standards. If you go to the Ohio Administrative Code for jails, is the Ohio minimum jail standards. And that's exactly what they are. And what you just listed is what they've been looking at for years. There are myriads of Ohio minimum jail standards. Historically, they would come in, do a cursory overview, and take, would you say, 20 of the 163 standards and review them in depth, usually looking at medical standards and usually food service. But they've been reviewing those for the past 30 years, and they still are the Ohio minimum jail standards.
They still are today.
Yes, sir.
Joel told me otherwise.
Well, we just called them the
Joel.
standards for jails in Ohio. They were revised in 2014 to meet the standards of a jail instead of a prison.
I see. Okay. So it's been,
I'll
they
forward
were
to you
revised then.
the revised code that lists Ohio minimum jail standards.
So it's still in the code, it's still minimum jail
Yes.
standards. I see. Okay. Well, what they're telling us in the world now is that it's no longer minimal standards. But regardless, the scope of what they inspect for is pretty broad. Now, I'm sure you're right, Sheriff, that each time they don't inspect for all 163. But, so it's randomly selective, I take it. Yeah. Do they tell you in advance what they'll be inspecting for? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, good. All righty.
For the benefit of all, could you please cite your source there, please?
I'm reading from an inspection report of 2015 at the Lake County Adult Detention Facility.
Thank you, sir. Okay, so in addition to planning, one of the things we need to be discussing that will directly impact the financing model is the delivery systems. We need to give due consideration. We had a complimentary tutorial that kind of broke the ice a little bit to educate us as to what delivery systems are lawful, which would be the most effective, efficient. One of the ways to cut costs is through efficiency. Time is money. And a delivery system that allows movement that's responsive to workforce availability, materials, and customer needs for that customer makes all the sense in the world. To Commissioner Young's point, we did have a presentation. There's also a part 2 to that from Jeffrey Applebaum, I believe is the proper pronunciation. He is the authority in the state of Ohio on delivery systems. In fact, he is the author of the legislation, so I don't think we need to look any further. He is actually a Lake County resident too, by the way, so I hope that won't disqualify him. I'm just trying to do a little friendly poke in the ribs. I hope that doesn't disqualify him, because he'll save some tax dollars here too. I think we would be well served to avail ourselves of that tutorial. Again, I'd like to invite the sheriff and legal to sit in with us as we do an informational meeting on that. Given, I don't believe that would be public, given some of the technical and potential security concerns and that would be discussed and addressed. I'm looking to legal on that, but.
Well, it depends on the detail that he gets into, quite frankly. Delivery systems,
Sure.
that's not, that would be public, but.
I'm only questioning the security, because we're going to start getting into more detail
Okay,
about
so if
the
you're talking
programming
about
of
layouts,
spa- Yeah,
then,
programming of space. That's,
All right.
and I'm going to look to the sheriff on that, because now I think we're at that point where we start talking about programming of space and how that gets factored into the architecture and what would be considered. And that's at no cost. That was offered at no cost. So I don't think there's any exposure to the community on that. It's our time.
I'd be open to that, as long as we brought in the state as well.
Well, I really want to vet what value we're going to get from the state before I would even consider agreeing to that. But I think we've got
Well, I'm
before our
saying with
next.
this situation, that I want to know more about what value we get.
Would you have time to reach out to the state to find out what, kind of an explanation of services? I think they probably must have some kind of a palette to that.
Yeah, Captain Brooks will make those contacts.
And then maybe we could have a report at our next commissioner meeting. I think that would be appropriate at a commissioner meeting. We could have that under old business, new business.
I'd want to meet with them, in person. They said they'd be willing to come up. I think it'd be best if we actually had to sit down with them rather than a proxy making the call and then getting back to us with some sort of a report, I guess. Is that what you're suggesting?
And with all due respect, I believe Captain Brooks, as a jail administrator with 37 years experience, would know what questions need to be asked. I think her knowledge exceeds both you and I combined.
I don't think she knows what my questions are.
Well,
I think it'd be better if we
excuse me,
brought
I didn't
people
have the
up.
gavel, but I have the floor. Please be silent.
We're having a discussion,
No,
John.
sir. I'm trying to talk to Captain Brooks, and out of respect to Captain Brooks and her expertise.
Well, you go ahead and talk to her then. I'll be quiet.
Captain
And
Brooks.
don't have the desk light.
I couldn't find the gavel, and the other option I had was turning your microphone off.
John,
Those-
don't even suggest that. We're all commissioners here.
Just did, by the way.
John,
Your
we're
mic,
all commissioners here.
Commissioner.
Control yourself.
Commissioner Young, you are being insightful unnecessarily.
Okay.
You are being disrespectful to Captain Brooks, and I find that to be utterly intolerable.
Disrespectful to you, Captain. I apologize.
Mr. President,
Sir,
if I could just say, could we all just take a deep breath?
thank you, sir. Good counsel, sir. Captain Brooks, so are you okay with reaching out to the state, talking to the authorities who we're discussing, getting some sort of a scope of what it is that they would offer? Because I believe in managing expectations.
Okay.
And managing expectations, I think, is essential to a successful outcome. Could you possibly have that for us for our next commissioner meeting next week?
Yes, I could do that.
There you go. That's all I wanted to finish saying.
Well, I'm not sure what's going on. Captain Brooks, what did you understand the assignment to be there?
Oh, sir, your microphone. I'm so sorry.
Getting
I
your
should-
contact.
No, but the people listening can't.
That would be.
I didn't hear the question.
What did you understand your assignment to be? Or what is the request to be, I should say?
Contacting the state, Joel, who is my jail inspector,
Right.
and he also said he would bring the guy that's in charge of construction for the state. Is there anyone else that you would like at the meeting?
Well, obviously, the commissioners would be invited. And you could tell him what we want to discuss. You know, the question would be, what kind of an evaluation of the existing facility could they offer, if any?
Okay.
The condition, the need for replacement or not. Tell them what we're considering, you know, building a new facility. And if they feel they can offer some sort of input that might be meaningful.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, so circling back to delivery systems, I see no reason to delay in setting up a follow-up with Mr. Applebaum. I think that'd be, for educational purposes, be a good idea. And time is money. So whatever we do, we can carry these things out in parallel. There's no reason to make one contingent upon the other. So without objection, I think we should proceed with scheduling something.
What do you hope to learn from Applebaum again? I didn't understand what you were suggesting before.
Delivery systems, how do we, if we were to choose to construct, if we were to choose to do an addition, if we were to choose to do a refit of the existing building, what are the lawful mechanisms by which we could perform that, and which one would give us the greatest effectiveness and efficiency with workforce, materials, and programming needs for the facility?
And who does Applebaum work for?
What's
He's
the
a
name of
partner
it?
at the Thompson Hine Law Firm, and he also has a consultant business that he runs.
Hopefully that satisfies that.
And you, deliverables, you're talking about the steps we'd have to take to achieve those different goals?
That, I believe, would be my takeaway from our first meeting. Yes, what the steps would be as to who you'd want to have on your team, how you'd want to organize your team. It's very similar to the initiative that we took on the construction of this building. That was a construction manager at risk model.
Commissioner, Mr. President, if I may.
Sir. Oh, please, sir. Thank you.
Under the revised code, and I am not going to be claim to be an expert on the delivery method, but there are certain ways or methods by which you construct a public building or a public project. And Mr. Applebaum, I attended the one.
Is your microphone on, by the way? Okay.
I attended the one informational meeting, or his presentation really, and I found him to be very impressive.
Mr. President?
Sir.
I think just at its most basic level, what we're talking about is the bid requirement. We can't just purchase materials or services when we're talking about numbers this large. And so ultimately, everything we do at this level has to go out to bid. But there are different processes to go out to bid. You can have a construction manager, you can have a concept architect, you can have different organizations to go through the bid process, and some of them tend to be more efficient than others, but the reality is the Ohio Revised Code constrains how we go out to bid. So Mr. Applebaum, regardless of how we choose to address this, build a new jail, build 3 new jails, refit the old jail, the numbers are going to be well above bid limits, and so you have to decide which of the legally permissible ways you'd go through that bidding process. So that's where Jeff Applebaum brings the expertise. It's about the bid process.
Thank you. Detective Brooks, what you might want to talk to...
Captain Brooks.
Captain Brooks, I'm sorry. What you might want to talk to Joel about also is the fact that apparently we're considering evaluating the bid process. Is that the way to phrase that?
Delivery system for the bid process is a few steps out. We need to find out what model we'd be doing before we would...
Okay, so we're exploring models for the bid process.
Delivery system, sir, not bid process.
Okay, delivery systems. Yes. And we may want and they'll have to be involved in this process at some point, I believe, if we're talking about building a new jail. So they have to give us approvals, et cetera, et cetera. So I think it'd be important to bring them into the process now.
Anything further?
You are correct. If we move forward on any type of jail building or remodel, the state has to be brought into that process and used in that. Going back to one other earlier point, the administrative code that says minimum jail standards, I can give you that, 5120:1 to 8 is the Ohio minimum jail standard wording.
Thank you, Sheriff. Thank you.
Commissioner Young, Commissioner Plechik, anything further?
Mr. President, my last comment would just be to thank Sheriff Liam Bruno and Captain Brooks and Chief Deputy Sherwood for joining us. I know that this was a very intensive, long conversation, and we're grateful for your commitment to making sure that all of our deputies, county employees, and inmates are safe and well cared for. I know it's a day-to-day struggle. You're always working to it, and I just want to re-express not just mine, but all of our commissioners' commitment to helping you as much as we can. We're never going to be in harm's way like you, but we appreciate the sacrifice that you're making for Lake County, and we appreciate you bringing your expertise to the table for something this important, because I do believe this is a project that is going to go beyond each of our useful lives, if you will. This is something not just for today, but for the deputies and for Lake County residents that follow. And I think we're all taking this responsibility seriously, which is why the debate can sometimes have some fire to it. But we have a real passion to make sure this is done right. And I hope you know that we hold you all in the highest esteem, that our gratitude can't really be stated in words, but please, understand we're grateful to you and we thank you.
Very good. Again, I will echo that. Thank you for your professionalism and thank you for participating in this open discussion. If there's nothing further, anyone from the team? Okay, then this work session, I will call to a closing at, Jason, you want to call the time? 2:38. Thank you. Thank you for joining us today.